Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Jensen1, The Chaucer, Eagledub, Fiction Weeville, Cool Doge, Roxanne, it's me, Insane Killer 013, Mastermaticus, Antiwian, Rage Stakinski, and Curseword. Hello and welcome, one and all. Let's get this party started. Zenithot 2, Sambo 5421. Welcome, welcome. That's beautiful. That's art, Zenithot 2. Okay, so last we left off, the team did a little bit of bullying on one of the noble houses. Just a little. Just a little. Hello, Russ in ZA. We bullied a noble house a little. We fought some nomads. It's been a little bit of a slow start. Not concerningly slow or anything. It's still just day 31. But the team's off to a, I'll say, relatively slow start. We do have, we did find a nice shiny. So we got some shinies. We got some things going on. But, you know, there's still some things to figure out as well. So I think the plan now is, since we're in the south, here at Tanware, we've got another 9 days before Nomad Outlaws gain dodge. We can find some nomads. Dread Spider, hello, hello. What are you looking forward to as far as build? For what are we referring to? Which brother? Which one are we talking about? Me if you're in the troop? What did happen to Zenithot 2? Did he die? Wait a minute. Squigs86, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Zenithot 2, I think, what did happen to you? That's a good question. I think I named a bro after you. You whipped him and left him, and he left? Oh my god, that's right. No, that was Mastermaticus. That was Mastermaticus. I don't remember what happened to you, Zenithot 2. I think I did name a bro after you, but what happened to that bro? Look at the obituary, I just did. You're not in it. The whipping and living? Oh, maybe it was the whipping and leaving. Was that the whipping and leaving? And Mastermaticus was oh, okay. Shoot. Was that Zenithot 2? I think I got my names mixed up. You're right, because it obviously wasn't Mastermaticus. If it was the whipping and leaving, well, I made a mistake. A makey mistakey. If it is that situation, you got drunk one night, you dropped something, you left it behind, I cracked the whip, you got mad, you lost drunkard, but left. Whoops. You will not tolerate the whipping of the bourgeoisie class. Yeah. Whoops. My bad. So. Anyway, as for what to do now, I think we can accept one of these contracts to bust a nomad camp for cash. And then explore through the desert. I think that'll be basically the plan. It's gonna take a hot second to look at the state of the squad. I think we're in good enough shape. There's gonna be a few bros that we're gonna need to look to replace. We're not gonna be doing that replacing too much in the short term. The idea there is let's not lose the sort of tempo that we've built up, but we are going to be at some point culling some of the weaker bros to replace them with some of the stronger ones. So. You're sad new Nana's posting don't drop on new locations? Oh no. Hello, George Rockland. Slurgy's a hedge knight does sound pretty bourgeois. Indeed. All right, but the team is nice and euphoric. I do like that. It's usually once you can get the team's mood in a really good state that you can do some real good things. Okay, I could hire a retinue right now, but I'm gonna pause on that for just a moment. The idea is we may get an ambition that is, hey, hire a camp follower, and we can immediately complete it and keep the team in that euphoric mood. Are they gonna be exchanged for a shiny or two? Maybe. That might be what their fate is. Yeah, there's no raiders at the Raiders Retreat. Just Nomad Outlaws. So if I wanted to wait just the tiny bit of time for Dawn, we could make our thrower a little bit better. We need more hybrids, but since there's only one, we'll just go. Good mood allows you to beat the hell out of a brother for losing shit in the nana. Yeah, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So... Okay. Alright, we're just gonna make this a bit difficult for them. We're gonna back up on the bottom. Blast the lone guy there. Banners are essentially immortal. True. True. Yeah, whipping your bro is definitely a Shadowheart disliked this moment, you know? Alright, so we're gonna let one bro, or one enemy occupy this hex. Then we're gonna prevent all other movement around. We're even gonna keep Curse Word. I could move him forward and attack, but I'm not going to. The idea there is this guy has to move all the way around the spear wall or get hit by it. And now they're forced, essentially, to go into it. Looking at Slurgy wrong, get whipped? That's right. That's right. No one looks at Slurgy the wrong way. Or something like that. So we're smacking him with the old reach weapons. Otherwise making him waste turns. Move forward and attack this guy. And let's release the dog here. Should be able to finish that guy off, probably. We'll see. There we go. As well as being immortal, this Bannerman is also very handsome. Mac Poopy Pants might have a point. It's a good looking banner. I mean, look at that facial hair. That's a nice, that's a classic look for a reason, you know? I hear rumors that he might even know how to read. Crazy as that may sound. There's like little symbols that can be placed on a piece of flattened out wood. It's very strange. Anyway, you can interpret those symbols as words? I don't know. Like the same stuff that we say, like out loud, it's really complex. I don't know. But supposedly it's true. Yeah, this Nomad's pretty committed to not hurting the doggos. I don't think I'm gonna dagger him down. We don't have good, like, terrain to move around though. We're just gonna try to beat him down from range. Build up his fatigue, I guess. Thanks for hosting the Battle Brothers tournament. Hey, you're welcome, Brave Beat. Glad you enjoyed. Can we hit? Finally, all right. So nice clean fight. Only took 30 points of damage. And from it we got a plated Nomad male. And a few other nice little shinies. Pretty good fight. Hurt Slurgy's doggos get whipped, that's right. Just playing with the dog, throwing sand at it, and holding a shield. Yeah, they were playing some sort of game. Not anymore, of course. Alright, we can get a pretty minor, but still relevant gear upgrade with this plated Nomad male. Otherwise, don't know that there's anything else to really do with the gear that we got here. Other than to take a little time to do a little rhyme. And that's no crime. Alright, we'll return to Tanweir. Aha, okay. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? So I mentioned I was holding off on hiring a follower, even though that would be a good use of our money, until the ambition screen, because I knew it would be popping up very soon. So we can go ahead and click this now. And by completing ambitions, of course, we gain renown, we gain mood. Mood boost is the big thing. But then we can just hire someone that, again, we were going to do this anyway. Scout would be great. We're one fight away. I'm okay to just get the Lookout. The Lookout's really also a great early hire. And so we see further, which lets us find more fights, take more fights, gain more power, kind of catch up with the amount that we slowed down. And there we go. Boom. Ambition complete. See more locations, exactly. Find more stuff. More power. So let's take a look at what is in the arena. 2 gladiators. Oh, what do I have for nets? This is a maybe, but it's so net dependent. I can hit We'll Slaughter Them Like Lambs and then hit I'll Think It Over. I know we've got, okay, we've got these 3. Oh, this is potentially quite doable. Pretty spooky. Is the 4 nets enough? It might not be enough. The team is not exactly super strong. Can you ever have too many? I've had too many situations in past campaigns, actually. But early game, it's kind of hard to have too many. That's for sure. No good two-handers? Yeah, the best two-handers we've got are the pikes. How's the broadcast Briggy doing? Doing pretty well. If you have too many, you're not using them enough? True early game, for sure. For sure. Hello, the zoning bro. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't know. I think 2 glads is asking for trouble. Because realistically, we have to go into that fight with our lone wolf, and I think that would just be a bad idea. So we're just going to leave it as we'll think it over. And we're thinking, and we've decided not to. There's not like a good option to get rid of it. You just have to keep thinking it over. We'll contemplate. All right, so delivering cargo to Kabira might be a decent contract for us to take. What I think we'll do is venture through this section and just sort of find what we find on our way westward to Kabira. If you loving the content, been following on the YouTube VODs, haven't seen any of this run yet. Do we have any chads apart from the Lone Wolf? Yeah, we actually did pick up, I mean, I hope the spoilers aren't gonna bother you. We did pick up the Squire in the Squire event, even though I kind of thought we maybe wouldn't. He's very good. And we also have a Swordmaster, who is quite a chad, but Swordmasters basically always are. So, those are the only two standouts, to be honest. Otherwise, it's mostly all, you know, tempo bros, which is totally fine. That's kind of what we expect to have. All right, so we're gonna sell off most of these things. I don't think I need to buy any more food. We actually have plenty. Could buy the tools here. They're pretty cheap. For a southern city-state, it's a pretty good price. So we'll get those, we'll get some ammo. We'll accept this contract. And then, like I said, we're gonna go to Kabira, but we're gonna explore this area at the bottom first. Excellent name choice for the Lone Wolf. Yeah. It just felt like the right thing to do. I don't know. Lots of ancient legionaries. Oh, that's spooky. It's like... someone could really easily die there, but it's also a pretty decent fight for us to take. The White Bones Hollow. I don't know, seeing Hollow and Bones makes me a little worried. Lots is what, 8 or so? Yeah. 8 to 11, I think? What is the actual... It's kind of embarrassing that I don't know that off the top of my head. I think 8 to 11, is that right? 7 to 10. No, wait, no. Lots is 11 to 13. All right. No, I don't think we have quite the damage output necessary. I think we don't, the big chunky two-handers are gonna be the big ones to do damage. The like double gripped arming swords they're not quite there. I think that's a fight that's too risky. All right, so we got some nomads. Let's see if we can trace these footprints back. Some cutthroats, some outlaws. This is a much better fight. I did, you know, do the go live notification as let's slap some nomads, then venture north. I didn't say let's slap some ancient dead, then venture north. That's a different thing. That's not what we're doing here. All right. So I think we're gonna do a fairly similar thing to what we did last time. We're gonna lightly retreat on the bottom. We'll create a 1 hex vulnerability here, right in this hex. The ancient, they can wait a little bit longer. Exactly. Hello, Crackalak. How's it going? And this time we can move curse word forward. If that guy wants to move there, I say let him. Okay. He does want to move there. I did say I'd let him. Yeah, this run is on the new patch. But no discussion of the new content unless it was in the patch notes. I don't know anything. I don't want to know anything. I say, actually, it's not true that I don't know anything. I know already more than I wish I knew. I know a tiny bit, but I wish it were 0. But that happens. You don't know much, only know it exists. Yeah, that's basically what I know. Except that I do know a little bit about some of the new weaponry that can be attained at the new legendary locations. So, you get some real bad storms in your area? Well, yeah, we've had some storms here as well. Yeah, don't blow away, Dread Spider. That would be no good. Get in the bathtub as it's the most structurally sound part of your house? Depending on the region where you live, that actually might not be the best of ideas. Where if you are from like the Midwest United States, and there's a tornado, don't get in the bathtub. Just go to your basement. And take a melon with you for entertainment? Now we're talking. So you go fishing, you caught 2 sticks and lost a hook on the 3rd? Sticks will do that. Alright. That boy's chat is leaking. What were they talking about over there? You live in an earthen home. Your northeast most basement room is the safest. Yeah. Ah, a lot of melon mugging. I see, I see. Alright, so on this brother, as previously mentioned, I am always going to take a +1 in attack based on the way we're going to build this brother. Since they're going to be a dedicated spear bro, that's a very important stat. Exclamation mark list should work. Did I get rid of that as one of the aliases? I might have. You can do Q, Lone Wolf Q, LWQ. Anyway. So yeah, the question here is what secondary stat to level. Hit points and Resolve are both looking pretty tasty. I think I'm barely gonna lean towards Resolve here. And then... we actually did get the Melon Mugger event. We have the Melon Mugger on our team. Nixlarfs. Oh no, not Melon Mugger. This is the Philly Fiddler. Never mind. Different but similar event. Similar idea. Correct, like you say, oh no, I must have died. I believe you did. You were impaled by Junaid, the Desert Raider. So, Nomad leader gotcha. So yeah, I think I might, because we're in the desert and it will be handy forevermore, I might just grab Pathfinder on this brother now. It's just a very good perk. So this is going to be kind of a dodge quick handsy kind of bro. So we'll go ahead and grab offensive related stats. We can skip a +1 in melee defense on this kind of brother. We are going to grab quick hands though. And that's it. We'll just keep exploring. So that was an example of the lookout already helping us out a little bit. We were able to lock onto those footprints faster, follow the footprints back to the camp that spawned them, and take it out. Okay, still lots of ancient legionaries there. All right, so let's see, are we already professional? We might be close. We have 2 retinue slots unlocked. If we're not professional yet, we're very close. But this one, fighting a dozen enemies, like that's gonna happen for sure soon. Like that's just such a small amount of enemies to fight. That's just as many as us. We're stronger than them, right? So I might just do that one. Sure. Let's see how close we are to professional. Okay, professional I think is what, 1050? So we are close. Regardless, 12 enemies might still be faster. We'll see. Depends on what we find. Time to kill goblins for their numbers? Yeah, except goblins are going to spawn in a part of the map that we're not going to go to right away. So it is unlikely that that's where we'll end up. Okay, so I think we'll go up here and scoop through this section of fog next. "12 necros for the ambition? Just do 30 snakes! Did we look for recruits in the arena city? I mean, we glanced at them, yeah. Nothing too noteworthy. Alright, so we'll see what's going on in Kabira. We got a cheap Nomad. Pretty cheap Beast Slayer. Ooh, and another cheap Nomad with a the Ox suffix. Oh my. Cracklock, you want your team back on the list? I mean, I can add you, but I'm gonna be honest. Based on the current queue, I wouldn't count on finding your way to the top. If you find your way to the top, I've made a huge error. Probably a lot of huge errors. Okay, so we're in a dilemma, a situation, if you will. Let's see what this contract is first. Escort Caravan to Al Hazif. Kind of meh. So here's the dilemma. This is a really high value recruit for us. Wahib the Ox. The Ox suffix, all of the things that could be the Ox are good. Yeah. Brute, huge. Brute, fat, huge, strong, and tough. Fat is less good, but all the other ones, I mean, brute is meh, but huge, strong, and tough are all pretty good for things we could be looking for. But we're at 11 bros. Oh my goodness. Oh, right. We're at 11. We're at 11. Right. Okay. The other bro that I'd kind of like to take a look at, though, too, is the Beast Slayer, because we could use some more hybrids. So, do we have a quest to get the 12th? Not at the moment. I do often hold out for that, but I think realistically, also I don't think you can get it once you've reached 12 brothers. So, let's grab this Nomad. Wahib the Ox. Oh my god. So this will be C-Roy 7. The Ox. Unexpected. The Ox is. My oh my. The Cow Tipper. This is a great brother. So we have a few things we could do with this brother. What a Chad? Yeah, what a Chad. You wanted a hybrid? Yeah, I did want a hybrid. So this brother could be a frontline gunner. You know your boy Slurgy loves those. 3-star and ranged attack is hybrid? No, 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 no. That statement in isolation is false. 3 stars in ranged attack with a high base roll? Sure. He's still never gonna be, like, as far as ranged attack is concerned, you know, this is kind of like a slightly below average hunter, if you consider that hunters can also often have ranged talent stars. It doesn't mean he's not good. He is. He got a 41 out of 42? Yes. 41 out of 42, which is good, right? I'm just saying that statement in isolation is not correct. I think there's a tendency for newer players to look at talent stars way more than they should. Way more than they should. In any case, this brother can make a good hybrid, I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, I think this bro looks pretty good. The decision I'm making is between frontline gunner and just like regular old thrower duelist type shenanigans. Or we could even just ignore the ranged talent stars and just make this like a nimble DPS brother of some kind. But I think I will do frontline gunner. You made your statement after seeing his melee attack and you're just like, oh yeah, I believe you, I take your word. I just want to make sure, that's like one of my soapbox opinions that I like to state. I'm not saying that you didn't have that in mind in this situation. But I love this build. Little low on defenses for frontline, you think? A little low. I mean, so 6 is a relatively low roll for this type of build. If we take all the 2s and 3s we see, we should end up in a pretty good state for it. And we have enough secondary stats to make this build work, which is also kind of a necessary component. He's going to be probably less impressive melee defense-wise compared to how I often build this type of unit, but I still think he'll be good for it. The other thing, so actually, there's one more thing we should mention. Strong as a trait also secondarily improves initiative indirectly, because the first 10 fatigue worth of gear you equip just doesn't affect your initiative. So we could even do something with that initiative. I don't think I'm going to. He'll be spread a little too thin if we were to do it, but that's something that is otherwise true. Just give him a reach weapon for melee so he's not always in combat. Yeah, I mean, he'll have quick hands by virtue of the build itself. And so a reach weapon is certainly one of the things we can give him. But when you have a brother like this that essentially acts like a fatigue neutral after they're shooting, like if they get surrounded and they get beat on too much, they're in danger. But we're gonna build him as a frontline gunner. I think it'll be a very good build for this brother. Do you have any YouTube videos for builds or any Google Docs? I do not. I do plan on making a couple videos for like common builds, but for now you can rely on at least that spreadsheet, which is from the illustrious Some Weird Sins, which it's probably the best like build guide type thing out there on the web today. The World Wide Web, the information superhighway. Actually, you know what I could also give him? Yeah, that's true. I do go through the end of the builds at the end of the video. The only thing you miss out on that from a new player's perspective is that you get to see the builds that I ended the run with, but those weren't necessarily the most impactful on getting the company to where it ended up, if that makes sense. So you miss out on all of the very important tempo builds that are probably more important for newer players to know, that are not highlighted in that kind of context. That's the only kind of asterisk I'd put on getting build ideas just from the builds that I highlight at the end of each run. So, okay, so we're gonna keep exploring the desert a little bit. We're kind of at a dead end. I mean, I guess I could see what's way in the corner here just to make sure it truly is the end of this landmass. That feels a little weak. But I guess I could do it. I don't know. Sure. This might kind of be a waste of time. It's looking like... Oh no. Shadows begin to fold in on themselves in strange ways. You turn around to see the sun darkening. a great rim of black moving over it. Soon there is no sun at all. Slurgy, the broadcast briggy, cries out that the end of times are coming. But before his wailing can find a grip on the rest of your men, the great shade unveils the sun once more, and there is light again, as though nothing happened at all. You tell yourself, the pathetic fool, to get to his feet. You've places to march, and tears sure as hell won't get you there. Oh my. The fact that this is happening for the player character as the final entry in this whole series, this thing I set out to do like a year ago, it's a little foreboding. Like that is... I'm not a superstitious person, but I didn't like that. Alright, so we got a new contract here while we kind of wasted our time. I guess we can do one of these, hunt down what terrorizes. Nachos? Okay, sure. As long as it's not serpents, we feel pretty good about this fight. You're not superstitious, but you are a little stitious. Makes sense. So what does that affect on Slurgy? Oh yeah. Here's what it affects. Every once in a while, that event is in the event pool because we are superstitious. And the broadcast briggy will become afraid. Minus 50% resolve, which is not good. Can you get rid of it? I don't know. Maybe. Even if there is a way to get rid of it, I've mentioned this before, but it's very rarely worth your while to try to fish for events. What bad can happen with a 29 resolve spear bro? Exactly. Okay, so we're gonna be aiming our ire at the T2 and T3 nachos. Would the water skin fix that, or is that only for injuries? Only for injuries. Kick him, unusable bro. You guys are harsh. Afraid of 25% to go away every new day. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't stick around for too long. We're hoping, anyway. If you're afraid, Slurgy, sit on the bench and let 11 brave bros do the job. Not that I don't trust you, chat, but our boy Slurgy's got to be out there. Superstitious is way worse than you thought. Yeah, it's a serious downside. It really is. Yeah, we're gonna keep letting him bounce off the spears. The idea there is we win by winning the resolve war. I'm guessing it can happen multiple times per run. Yeah. Sure can. Could bring Iglidub forward, even though may as well cover that kind of spot. Or Jingo could attack one, but then I'll likely kill it, and I kind of don't want to. I think I just leave him there. Are there any benefits to it? To Superstitious, I don't think so. There might be, like... There might be something, but not that I can think of. The fights are more suspenseful? Is that what we're going for? Is that what we're after? Is that a good thing? 100% calling it Sturgy gets horror during mono and lose the battle. I hope not. I sure hope not. We'll be pumping resolve on the bros. You can count on that. If Lone Wolf dies on mono, is that a win or a loss? Not something that I had thought about, gonna be honest. That thought had not crossed my mind. But I'm gonna call that right now, that's a loss. Spear bows are doing work? Yes. They always do against Nachos. It's a fight where they definitely shine. Realistically, by then, if the Lone Wolf doesn't have an injury and the Surgeon is picked, it's a non-issue. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. Alright, so we are out of our ability to spear wall. Do you get a game over the instant Sturgy dies, or do you have to finish the battle first for the game to give you... I actually don't know. I haven't played, like, that much. Lone Wolf. Which is funny, because I think it's a lot of people's favorite origin. Which, you know, good for you. There's no right or wrong. It's just not something that I've gravitated towards. Anyway, so I don't know the answer. It lets you play out the battle? Okay. That makes sense. What's my favorite? So the one I think is, so I'll say this. Having played a lot of Battle Brothers now, I was very pleasantly surprised by how much I enjoyed the most recent Anatomists run. Anatomists was a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Once you let go of the idea of trying to make a perfect Uber Chad, like one singular one, right? Obviously you're gonna make some monsters, but you know, being able to forge really weird, specific, special builds and situations is really cool. That company stomped Monolith so hard. Yeah, that one was really cool. That was a really fun one. So that's the one that I think I found that I enjoy the most now. But the one that I've played the most is... oh, hey, that was more than 12 enemies. Right. All right. Ambition complete. Didn't even kind of notice. But the one that I played the most was Deserters, because I believe that to be the most difficult and risky from the perspective of this specific thing of win-streaking every single origin. The whip guy was so fun and anonymous? Yeah, exactly. That was a really weird and cool build. So can you spoil something about the new content that is entirely irrelevant to this run? No. I don't understand how to answer the question, but I'll just say no. Yeah. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I mean the one thing you can talk about that is okay is things that are in the patch notes, like for example changes to the blacksmith. We can talk about that. That's okay. So if it's in the patch notes, like explicitly, we can talk about it. That's fine. So on this bro, this is going to be a fatigue neutral and a complete Chad. Probably just grab Colossus on this level. Blacksmiths had changes? It did. Sure did. They describe it in the patch notes, and it's quite good now. So Jay, be careful saying that. There are chatters that will push that edge. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think that's fair. That's true. It's easier to just not talk about it, right? That's a good point. Okay, so... boy, this brother really can end up with pretty monstrous initiative. Trying to decide, do I go for more just fatigue for like berserk type shenanigans, or maybe I just get initiative here? Fencer, yeah. If a named fencing sword were to have dropped in our lap as we were leveling this bro up, sure. But that didn't happen. Okay. But yeah, Insane Killer, definitely thank you for asking. Thanks for, I mean, I appreciate just the courtesy, right? Just, I think that's good stuff. And should I sell these Nacho horns? Kind of tempted to. Yeah, I don't need them. We don't have that much inventory space still. All right, we'll buy a little bit of rice, just to have a tiny bit more food so that we can venture. And I suppose we can explore this little area of fog, and then up here, maybe we could just go north and pick on this noble house on our way towards like Al-Hazif, and then explore this area of the map. That might make the most sense. So let's do that. We can talk about it when we get there. Maybe the stream. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, then. So, caravans passing through this road might be subject to inspection. I think we found one. We found maybe some illicit cargo here. Might have to check this out. You sure chat's gonna hit the fan when we get to the new content battle or location? Yeah, for sure. For sure. The one thing I did ask, hopefully I'm not spoiling this for other people, but yeah, this is a small enough thing. If you want to know absolutely nothing, mute for the next 10 seconds. I asked if there were one-shot mechanics, so that I didn't just lose my lone wolf to something, a mechanic that I literally didn't recognize on the screen. For example, like the Kraken, and there are not. So that was one thing I did ask. If the caravan isn't transporting anything, it can't transport illegal goods. So true. Let's make sure that it can't transport anything. Then we'll know for sure. It's the only way that we can keep these roads safe, you know? We're doing the right thing. You guys can unmute now? Yeah, so if... Yeah, only... It was just a brief... Tiny thing. Should've put that dog before attacking. Gotta be better about that. Alright. I don't know why this really sad music is playing. We're glorious adventurers sweeping this land of evil. Huh. Is adrenaline supposed to remove dazed? Adrenaline doesn't remove dazed, but if a enemy has dazed and they waited, then it will be removed and then they'll get a turn at the start. Without it. It knows the donkeys are gonna die? That could be it. Those dyes are stained with the blood of the innocent. That's right. We are innocent, and we will take those dyes to their proper destination. Thank you for noticing, Psycho Ling. So let's see. Hunt down what terrorizes this town. We are eventually, of course, not going to be friendly with this particular town. But the reason I wanted to go here was the taxidermist. Direwolf pelt mantle? Yes, please. Now I did just put something on this armor, which now makes me feel a little bit silly for having done so. Because I could put the Direwolf pelt mantle on it and feel pretty good about my decision. Could also just put the Direwolf pelt mantle on the sellsword's armor. Yeah. Cycling. Already thinking the same thing. But honestly, this armor, so here's the deal. I want the Direwolf pelt mantle to be on a spear bro because, you know, reducing the resolve of enemies who are trying to break through your spear wall is obviously super good. And this armor isn't going to stay on here long because this brother is going to take nimble. So, given that, okay, I'm just going to throw it on here. This attachment isn't like super high value anyway. It's just, it's fine. It's fine. We sort of wasted it a little. But I am going to take this contract because this is either Nachos or Direwolves, both of which we want to fight. We'd be happy to. Direwolves, perfect. And it's a 3-skull contract. And I don't know if you know anything about 3-skull contracts where there are Direwolves. But sometimes they're not Direwolves. Champions. 10 Direwolves. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. We'll see what's actually here. Spoilers, bro. We'll just equip some nets just in case. Just in case. Now I'm grumpy. Unbelievable. These are actually Direwolves. Huh, well. Unbelievable. What are these real Direwolves, these actual wild beasts doing on this battlefield? Don't they know? Either way, they have some nice fur to remove from their bodies, true. They are contributing to future Direwolf pelt attachments. Either way, I guess. Okay, so I think that's enough in a situation such that I just try to take him out. We just collapse on him. Good. Hopefully that was yeah, I think so. I was gonna say hopefully that was enough damage to him to feel good about our situation, and I think it is. That's true. We would like them pre-cut. No! Yeah, that was pretty... Kind of threw away our war dog there a little bit. Should have been more careful with him. He actually kind of got lucky to live as long as he did. R.I.P. Bane. You were a good doggo. Your death is my fault. All right. We got 4 of these unusually large wolf pelts. Would you look at that? Filestein just let out a trading caravan. Interesting. Interesting. Dogs should get injuries, and you should be able to hire both a surgeon and a veterinarian. That is adorable, and I love it, and I agree. All right, so I'm gonna toss the Direwolf pelt mantle on like a plated Nomad mail. And we're just gonna toss that right back there on Uncle Freddie Mac. This is a pretty entertaining Barbarian Raiders background playthrough, Slurgy. Yep. Thank you. I'm deciding between resolve and melee skill on this level. I think I'll go with melee skill, but it could be fine either way. All right, we'll grab quick hands. Will be useful for the time being. All right, so we saved the city of Filestein. They are finally safe and secure from the treachery of those direwolves. And so they're totally safe. Everything's good here. And the people are saved. That's all there is to it. That's end of QED, end of story. It's just the way it is. We're gonna grab this high ground from him. Next, shall we save them for paying the wages of those caravan guards? Yes. That's what I'm thinking. These caravan guards, asking way too much. You hear war crime music, Slurgy? No. It's just sad that the world has come to this, you know? Let's see if we can free that armor from the human attached to it. You know? Might be worth just seeing if we're able to, you know? Yeah, we just freed that armor. You know, there were salts here and some armors that some of these you know, it turns out they weren't really direwolves at all. They were actually brigands dressed up in direwolf cosplay. So just a quick reminder. Oh, sure. Green killer, I can do that. Can be done. Consider it done. All right, Eagledub, temp banner. Funny that. This I don't. Unfortunately, Eagledub's gonna get. Well, he's here for now. Okay, so I want to make my way over east to Al Hazif. We could just follow the road. Another alternative would be to explore kind of this empty space, because I can probably pretty safely fight this Cave of 1,000 Screams now. And if there are Berserkers with some big chunky two-handed weapons, well, we would like those. Some peasants just spawned. Yeah. Finding reach weapons is such a big power spike early in a campaign, for sure. A supply cart, you say? Nine. A few billmen, huh? War crime intensifies. A few billmen, huh? Would you look at that? Brenly, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I saw you were playing some Battle Brothers on the new patch. Very exciting. That's what we're doing here as well. All right, so it looks like it's going to be 3 billmen in this army. But 2 raiders. Quick statement, even though it is listed on screen in text, no discussing anything in the new patch. I don't know anything about the new legendary locations, and I want to keep it that way. So, I don't know anything about, just keep it all to yourselves. Or, you know, whatever. No spoilers. Protect. Okay, so it looks like the billmen are staying back. Sometimes they'll do that. So billmen will hang back and protect the content, the donkeys, while they let the footmen move forward to do their dirty work. might be an opportunity to push forward, blow them up, and then there'll be kind of a round of safety. Looks like that is what's going to happen here. So we're going to try to move, surround as much as we can, get as much damage in as we can. Of course, that does mean letting him have this high ground hex, which isn't great. I thought the Billman AI just waits once. No, they'll sometimes just hang out near the donkeys. Could take the high ground with the shield push. Yeah, not reliably anyway, but I like the idea. I like the idea, but not reliably. I think that's okay. We're gonna just post up here. Spear walls are not particularly effective against footmen, but it does sort of force them to do the shield wall before they move forward, so I'm good with it. So yeah, Billmen are hanging back, so even if they push to us, it'll be a little bit like fighting Ancient Dead. They're still going to wait till the second half of the round to try to push forward. Billman probably run forward now? I guess not. JK. There we go. I'll say they're still going to struggle to get through though. We've still got really good melee skill on these brothers. You loaded up your last save, push into a goblin outpost at night, TPK. Oh, Dark Paladin. It sucks. Squire Shield All's better than Slurgy's the real MVP? True. He did a good job. The Squire held out. The Broadcast Briggy did not. Let's see if he still shield walls. I'm not gonna attack him right now. We're gonna see if he does that again. Music tells you you don't need to think about the ethics of this fight. Yeah, we already know it's ethical. Listen to how noble this is. Yeah, we're just gonna let them move to us completely. I can't even see what he got a falchion. Okay, say I can't even see what weapon he has underneath the bush, but I can see it at the bottom. I think I will not put a dog next to him with a falchion, but I am just gonna wait. I'll let him make melee contact with me. Yeah, that's fine. Might have Slurgy pull out three-headed flail to hit this footman. I feel like that's sensible. Not the best. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say not the best options for Searoy 7, but that was a pretty good result. Disarmed. Alright, we're still going to keep trying to finish off this footman here, even with all the adjacent shield walls. Mostly for the morale, which it worked. Did the nobles not like you pretending the peasants were direwolves? They were direwolves. Saw them with my own eyes. Cool. Got him. Run him down. Lovely. May get some good helmets from this. There's of course potentially some other armor upgrades as well, but mostly helmets is what we're looking for in these fights. Cool. Alright, so we got a pike. You love to see it. There were more dies, a whole bunch of tools, some nice shields, some morning stars, a billhook, and some very nice helmets. Excellent. That was a very, very good fight for the team. So we can divvy out some new helmets. We can give Uncle Freddie Mac his nimble set now. Keep my life slightly simpler and easier to organize. We can give Eagledub this, even though, well, killing the working class pays off. These were armed combatants. You don't just go walking around all willy-nilly with billhooks, you know? We'll give the billhook to Lord Jingo, since he's got polearm mastery. It's a pretty good thing to hand to him. Otherwise, we're just going to take our highest melee skill brothers and give them upgrades for their hooked blades, as far as reach weapons are concerned. And there's going to be a few other helmet upgrades, hand-me-downs and such, that we can divvy out. Get some hand-me-downs rolling. Said part's the only good way to cosplay as a noble army. You need to kill the armies you want to play as. Is that the sad part? Huh. Alright, I think we're going to change our pocket shields here from the Sipars to heaters. Realistically, we're going to be pulling those out mostly for situations of fighting in melee. And the heater shield's just a little bit better for that. We're going to hang on to 2 kite shields, I think, just in case we need those. We don't really care about the shield durability on those brothers. Not really, anyway. Okay, Blackbeard. Go ahead and grab some fatigue there. We can probably take Polearm Mastery on Blackbeard. Polearm Mastery kind of being a nice tempo pickup for our kind of dodge, quick handsy type builds while they have these nice reach weapons. Okay, so now should I go north? I think so. Goblin Raiders, 9 of them. We could chase them, but I think let's keep exploring places we haven't yet. Okay. Alright, so I think we're probably very close, if not already professional. We are already professional, okay. So that'll be another ambition complete. Some Orc Young. Kind of obnoxious to get there though, since we have to go over these mountains. That's actually much longer to get to than it might initially appear. So I'm gonna not bust that camp, even though if it were on this side of the mountain, I would. But we're gonna keep tempo, we're gonna keep the party rocking and rolling, and we're gonna skip that one for now. So we're gonna head over to the Cave of 1,000 Screams. How many fights so far? I don't know. I guess, has Slurgy participated in all of them? 42 battles? Yeah, not the best fight density. We spent a lot of time wandering around and only finding camps that were too high level for what we were ready to fight, which really sucked. Skirmishers, unfortunately it's probably going to become daytime before we get there, yeah. But we go there anyway. So, you know, what I was saying earlier about hanging onto these kite shields. I mean, skirmishers, of course, are the melee-ish goblins, but yeah, they still often come with throwing weapons. These weapons would be real nice to get. Very weak camp. Very weak camp. Okay. Still making good use of our kite shields here. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh, my micro. I was off. I didn't mute the mic in time. I just sneezed blatantly. Huge misplay. Your snotbox got all snotty like? Yeah. Snotbox was like, wait a minute. I need to expel air. What is the purpose of a sneeze? I don't actually know the answer to that. And that's making me, it's like maybe a little, this is a little bit of an existential question, but to clear your sinuses? And why is that important? So many questions. Okay, we got one jagged pike. They did have some salt. We collected that directly from their little tears. You believe it's to expel dirt and debris from your sinuses? I mean, the explanation, I guess, makes sense. But it still seems weird. Is Jingo still alive? Lord Jingo is still alive. Yes. In fact, you have got the good comma, so could stick around for the long haul. To expel the allergens your nose hairs collect. Yeah, I think that's the real reason. All right, so we've got this jagged pike, which is definitely better than a hooked blade. Can probably just hand that direct to Green Killer. I think that's fine. Cool. So we'll explore just a little bit up here and then make our way down to the Cave of 1,000 Screams. Reminds you of a joke? Oh boy. Good. Some ancient auxiliaries, many ancient legionaries. Seems a touch foreboding. Could be. It's called that ironically. Yeah, they'll be screaming. I mean, have you ever fought against orcs? They're very loud. Deciding whether to fight this disturbed massgrave? Some ancient auxiliaries, many legionaries. The pikes are terrible. I mean, not terrible, but they're meh, not great. We don't have good things for the hybrids. We're just shy of having nimble on a bunch of bros. Pikes are pretty good at focusing fire. I don't really have good tanks. We don't have a good comp for that. We're much better at just fighting some berserkers. Could maybe fight these young and then swoop down. Let's do that. A man's sitting next to this woman on a plane. She keeps sneezing and then trembling violently. He asks if everything's okay. She says she has a condition that makes her orgasm whenever she sneezes. Oh no, the man says. Are you taking anything for it? To which she replies, yeah, pepper. Okay. It's dumb. It's dumb, but it's good. Oh, wait, whoa. This was in view range the whole time. The curious shipwreck. Oh my god, the tales are true. Oh my god. Let's see what secrets are inside. Inspect the stump. Is it real? You gain the golden goose. You love to see it. And so, we have here something that generates 15 crowns daily. But even better than that, it sells for 3,000. So, hey, not mad about that at all. So that right there was the curious shipwreck that we just found. We love Canadians and our Battle Brothers? Absolutely we do. Let's see, do I still go up and... I may as well bust that camp since I see it. Bunch of Orc Young, which is like, I don't know, fine fight. Pretend it's the Black Book and sell it? Exactly. Six Orc Young, all occupying the same flat to cut down on rent costs. It's a tough economy out there. Wish there was a way to invest in the goose. Yeah, it would be cool if they added like some way to make it more compelling to keep, but it is what it is. Let's see how many of these nerds are gonna have throwing weapons. Is it really gonna be none of them? That would be, no, okay, there we go. There's no exclamation mark mods command. Maybe I should make one and just put the text from the description below. But there's in the description below. It's got all the mods that are currently in play. It is, the TLDR is it's just the quality of life. Very minimal amount of mods. Save your geese till the end of time. But even then, so realistically, obviously, you know, at some point in a long campaign, there's a lot of freedom to play however you'd like to. But if you think of it from the perspective of how does the geese help you the most, that amount of money over a super long campaign probably doesn't make that big a difference. Like, you can still sell the thing and not permanently occupy a space in your inventory. And get money earlier where it matters more to you, right? Not when you're sitting at over 2 mil. I mean, exactly. Well, so then you really would have gotten better use out of me. I can't imagine saving up that amount of money in Battle Brothers. He stunned my dog. Run him down. I'm not gonna let this guy get away with that. He stunned my dog sounds like a euphemism. Kind of does. I don't know what it means, but it does sound like one. All right, so Mac Poopy Pants, our book nerd, has leveled up. There's no fame you need, hence the 2+ mil. That sounds... Huh, okay. Alright, so this level up, I feel like these two choices are pretty straightforward with melee skill and resolve, but the next one is kind of... I don't know. I guess I'll go melee defense, but this one is kind of a whatever. And then as for perks, well, we'll just go ahead and get Rally the Troops, or Rally the Perks, however you want to say it. Here we'll grab melee skill, melee defense, and I think we'll grab the Resolve. Even though this brother does have Death Wish, that really does help. They can get away with slightly lower Resolve with Death Wish, since this is going to be a nimble damage dealer. But most of the resolve checks we're concerned with are going to be like zone of control, or, you know, making sure there aren't cascading effects, or the horrify scream of, you know, ancient priests, things like that. But we can still grab resolve. It'll be good for now. We are eventually going to be able to pump fatigue on this brother and turn them into some sort of damage nozzle, but that doesn't come for a little while, so... So it's the first time over 150 viewers milestone. Could be true. I guess I'm not sure. That could be true. So then we can start grabbing Pathfinder on some more bros. Yeah, in part because of the raid, for sure. That is definitely a contributing factor. Could also just simply grab Gifted. I think we'll just grab Gifted. We just want more stats. We want to be able to hit stuff. We'll grab more Resolve now. Oh, did we... Did I not? Wait a minute. Here. Oh, whatever. Was there like 2 levels worth of stats there? Surely not. Did I just not click it? Okay. Huh. You hear hitting stuff is good? You accidentally canceled out of the advance the first time? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright. So... Brig of True. Brig of True. You know, this one is really easy to do, discover 8 hidden locations, but I'm kind of inclined to do this contract of destroy 4 locations controlled by orcs, because getting the orc trinket on Slurgy, our broadcast briggy, will be super useful in fighting orcs down the line, to make it sure that, you know, to make sure that if an orc charges, breaks through, hits him, then he won't be stunned and can keep holding the spear wall. So I think with the way I build my companies, this is uniquely good. And we are going to fight at least one orc camp here soon. And there's a lot of orc camps around, exactly. So we are just going to do this one. 3 Lindworms. Yeah, we're not ready to fight that quite yet. The company should be able to fight Lindworms, and we will fight Lindworms. Not right now, though. We'd be fine fighting 18 Nachos, though. Might be some good experience for the squad. They're right here, after all. We've got another retinue slot. Okay. I was gonna ask, you know, do we need to get this fight taken care of for the scout? We don't. we're still gonna fight him. Does a bro die if he's struck down and then eaten by a Nacho? So if a bro gets eaten by a Nacho and they retreat from the battlefield, there's no saving them. They're dead. But yeah, if he gets struck down and eaten by a Nacho, yeah, then I think they're dead too. Sorry, I didn't answer your question initially. I answered a completely different question. But yeah, if they get struck down and eaten by a Nacho, they're dead. Struck down bros can't be eaten, can they? I guess I don't know that they can't. Time to science this up? Who ordered nachos? Technically we did. Do love me some nachos though. So, again, just like the Nacho fight we did previously, the idea here is lower all of their hit points, start affecting their morale to get them to, you know, be ready to flee, and then you just sort of collapse on them. Intentionally not killing them. And of those that we are killing, of course, we're trying to do where we are either able to move on top of their corpses or to where we can spear wall those hexes to guard them. But of course, eventually, you miss your 94% chance attack. When you roll that many, when you roll the dice that many times, it is inevitable. Full health tier 3 on a corpse could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse. Could be worse. But That is our broadcast briggy, and we don't want him to get eaten. That would be bad. The answer is yes, they'll eat it down to grow and grow in size. Well, there you go. The real question is if the bro comes back up to the fight. Boy, I wouldn't think so. I sure wouldn't think so. Excuse me? Who's my dog? Speaking of your broadcast briggy being eaten, so this Nacho, I have no, concerns that we'll be able to take him out, but he has to die because, well, otherwise it's game over. Wouldn't that be a sad way for everything to just end? It'd be incredibly sad. Our bro needs help to get out of the stomachs. On this fine day, nachos eat you. It is funny that, we call them nachos. And the nachos are the ones doing the eating. Seems like some sort of sick and cruel joke. Alright, they're right near the edge of the map, so we can say it's over. And that fight was basically just for experience, and some pretty good experience was had. Cruel joke confirmed. You don't have any nachos to eat at home? That is cruel. Alright, Lord Jingo. Actually, I can get rid of the TBD. Put Pole. Let's get Polar Mastery. This bro could be... Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're not going to take, because he's paranoid, we're not going to be taking dodge on him. And he's got loads of fatigue anyway, so even when he's fully stammed out, he doesn't get like any dodge value. Slurgy, the pure fashion of Lone Wolf is insane, better than Master Maticus and Raiders, you would say? I mean, it's looking pretty good. I think the The hat matching the color of the body armor is nice, but the hat isn't quite there. And the Direwolf pelt attachment does look nice, but still is almost universally falling short of the unhold fur cloak. So are you supposed to take 1 defense rolls? Depending on the brother, the answer is often yes, but not always. Taking +1s for offensive brothers when you have melee attack is a good idea. +1s in melee defense for offensive brothers, less important. And vice versa. A defensive brother, you can skip a +1 in melee skill, like a fatigue neutral, for example, but never skip a +1 in melee defense. So like on this brother, I can skip a 1 in melee defense and feel pretty good about it. This brother is not ever, ideally, gonna get surrounded and will take minimal contact with the enemy. Do you mind showing us the perks on all your spear guys? Yeah, we can. They're pretty straightforward, but I can show you quick. And am I gonna greedily say this brother doesn't need 9 lives? That's the real greed. We could end up giving this bro a sword lance, and I think I'd feel pretty good about that. Legit. I think like 1 bro like that. Don't make too many. They're a huge liability in their ability to put out damage to, you know, armored opponents, but a few one-off sword lance bros are actually pretty nice for dealing with goblins especially. And especially when they've got a ton of melee skill. Still not terrible to give them quick hands though. There's a lot of situations where quick hands is still valuable. Zombies too, sword lance love zombies. That's true, but at least for this company, we don't have that much trouble with zombies since we've got the spear walls. It's still nice though. Gets rid of them faster. We'll grab quick hands. Yeah, so the perks on the spear guys, I'm gonna show you Uncle Freddy Mac. This is a quintessential start. These first levels here, this is pretty straightforward. Colossus, 9 lives, Pathfinder, Gifted, Spear Mastery. I'd say that's a pretty typical set of perks for a bro at this level. Next we'll be taking Nimble, and in this brother's case, we may circle back for Shield Expert and do Spear and Shield because he's got enough fatigue to justify using the shield. This is not a normal bro, and not a normal build, and not something that I have ever done, nor probably will ever again. That doesn't mean I'm disagreeing with my own decision, I'm just saying the Lone Wolf is kind of he's a special boy. And I wouldn't recommend for most people to make your Lone Wolf a spear bro. So. Alright, so Searoy 7. Gonna take the opportunistic +4 resolve. Unfortunately, another 1 in melee defense. Not loving that. Not having 9 lives on the Lone Wolf is pretty ballsy. I mean, so think of it this way. Right now, we're only fighting enemies with light damage attacks, right? Nothing that we fight for now can one-shot us. So, additionally, if we get additional fur padding, and we've got steel brow, I don't know. I take 9 lives on nearly everyone, but you'd be nervous about it late game? We may circle back for it. We don't need it right now, though. So you should add a bro help section in the Discord, because a lot of that goes in general. Maybe, not a bad idea. So, yeah, I think either hit points or melee skill. You get tilted if a bro randomly takes 3 crossbow bolts to the face. Rarely will they randomly take them. You can move the bros in ways such that they won't get hit by ranged units. You can, if you understand the enemy ranged unit AI, you can avoid that. Most of the time, anyway. We're gonna crack another sparkling water. Yeah, we'll just grab more melee skill. Screw it. And this brother, let's see. Could just grab Colossus, prevent injuries from happening as easily. Seems like a good idea. Let's do it. All right, so now we will finally make our way down towards the Cave of a Thousand Screams. We will avoid fighting a Lindworm. We're getting chased by Alps? Oh my goodness. Alps and Lindworms? Okay, this, all right. We need to be seriously careful because the Alps are not a problem, but the Alps with the Lindworms are, because the Alps surround us. This is a very weird and unexpected thing to hit at once. What I really need is to control how we move over the terrain very carefully. So just for now, I'm gonna bring the bros kind of in a block, just in case this actually happens. This might actually happen. Sweet Jesus. Okay, this is really bad, actually. All right, so in the first round of combat, we're gonna have everyone sprint back as far as we can. We're going to fight our way through the Alps, run away, and not fight the Lindworms. Oh, I hate this. We do have 2 bros with Rally the Troops, so that's good. If we need to sacrifice 1 bro to grab the Lindworms so everyone else can run, we will. But first things first, we're gonna let them all move to us before we do anything. This is a crazy fight to randomly appear on the map. Yes, it really is. Also, keep in mind, Alps has no zone of control, right? All right, so they have all moved. So again, we're just gonna retreat. Let's see, and since we see a Lindworm here, we're gonna move everyone up and to the left. Every single bro. I think since there weren't, I don't think there are any behind us or any flanking us. I'm still gonna wait on these 2 bros to make sure that that's true. And we're gonna wait for these last Alps to move. Okay, good, good. That guy still couldn't do anything. We don't think that one can actually get an attack in, do we? he move far enough and still do the nightmare? I don't know the AP of those attacks. Actually, he cannot. Good. Alright. Brave Sir Slurge. Yeah. Slurgy did indeed bravely run away. Alps plus Lindworms? No. Very lucky with the way the Alps spawned? Yes. So, let's take a moment to reflect on what just happened. That is like a 1 in a million type of enemy group to be close enough to each other at night. Like, Alps are so rare to find on the map. Like, that was a bizarre 1 in a lifetime type event. I assumed that we would see at least one Alp behind us, that we would have to sacrifice a bro to get the rest of the squad out. But since there was not a single Alp behind us, which again was very lucky, we never once had to be put to sleep. Are wandering Alps faster than you without the scout? Definitely. At nighttime anyway. Beasts are like just faster at night, I think is the way it works. And the Alps will disappear as soon as it becomes daytime. So who is your #1 sacrifice target? Realistically, it was just going to be opportunistic, depending on what made the most sense in the moment. I suppose I could have sat down and I could sit down and figure out a pecking order, but saving Slurgy, our lone wolf, at all costs is kind of the name of the game. And that's when we lost the lone wolf. See, that was the one thing we had to prevent. You know who it wasn't going to be? Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Do I blame the sparkling water? Or do I blame the fight I just had to run from? Porque no las dos. Okay, I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Fresh pair of underwear. Let's fight some berserkers. Excellent. So we want these man splitters. I think the way I'm going to do this is just move Uncle Freddy Mac down to here. Spear wall. We're going to leave Slurgy right where he is. Is that true? I can move him forward, but I don't want him to fail the first check and have something bad happen. Yeah, so I guess I'll back these two down. These three, back one hex. Since I can't protect them quite as easily. So we're just sort of like rotating our formation to match them. I guess is really all that's happening here. Eating two man splitters without 9 lives sounds fun. Okay. So that was the other thing, of course, that could happen there. We're gonna put both of them in nets if we can. Just to lower their spot in the initiative turn order. May not need to. No, we got that one, no problem. Turns out. I'll push the bottom row forward. Where you gonna go, Mr. Berserker? What's your plan? Somewhere to the right's pretty accurate? No, Berserkers don't run. Berserkers don't run. Oh, well, you know, this is actually fine. That's odd, you swear you've had someone run before? Nope. They will start to run away if they are fleeing. So they can be, you know, sent down to fleeing, like, resolve state, in which case, yes, in that, you know, they'll run away. But under normal battlefield circumstances, no. They don't even have the AI script for it. Alright, we got 2 man-splitters. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 2 big ol' chonkin' bonkin' swinging sticks. You love to see it. Now, they're so heavy that there are some brothers that we would give it to that we can practically not even use. But there are some on our squad that have more fatigue to work with. And we'll go ahead and give it to them. Can you get one? Yes, Green Killer. In fact, you were among the bros that were top of mind to be able to wield such a weapon. A jagged pike, a goblin weapon for faraway targets, and a man-splitter for close ones. We got full greenskin strats rolling here. Alright, Sync Naza. Another +2 in range skill. Alright, at some point we do need to pump up the resolve of this brother. I don't want to skip a +2. So I'm not going to. We'll circle back maybe for Colossus on this brother. Some more hit points would be nice. It's kind of going to be like a thrower with Colossus instead of bags to make use of his incredible melee skill. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so we'll continue our way down to Al-Hazif, though I suppose at this point we are fast approaching where nomads are, you know. Oh my god, these Lindworms are still here. Alright, well, I get it. I get it, Mr. Lindworms. But we need to get down somewhere to sell stuff. There's maybe some nomad camps we can try to fight before it hits day 40. So I think at day 38, that number might not be perfectly correct, but day 38 I think cutthroats gain dodge. Cutthroats I'm not so concerned with. But they'll be a little bit stronger. We can actually check that here in this fight. Yeah, so the Cutthroat has dodge here on day 38. He may have gained it on day 37. Again, I can't remember the exact day number. But Outlaws gain it on day 40. That one I'm 100% certain of. It's 35? Okay, it's 35. Let the fact that I couldn't remember what day they gained it be all the information you need. The amount that I was not concerned with that whole class of enemy. Do you get more EXP when enemies get stronger? No. They're worth the same EXP value. I don't think EXP values change for any enemies at any point in the campaign. Excellent. Letting the shield nerd take that spot. So funny. Alright, we'll let these two nerds bounce off of our spears. Sounds like a euphemism. Might be. And then we probably just push forward. Since this guy's got a reach weapon after all. Oh my god. Okay, rude. We need more jabs. The team's lack of javelins is a problem. Good boy. All right. So now we're gonna have to play the inventory juggling game just a little bit. We'll get rid of some crap we don't really care about. Your critters are about the derpiest when they sleep. Scout on the far left of the couch. Shepherd is using him as a pillow. The kitty is happily smashed between Shepherd and Sammy, spooning the kitty. Lovely. Animals, when they're friends, it's just the best. Might be time to hit the Snow Briggy Javelin Depository soon. Yes. Now, Uncle Freddie Mac kind of got smashed there a little bit. I think we're gonna skip on running towards that camp right now. We're just gonna make it to this city. Yeah, I'll take a look at our menu. What's a bandit's favorite armor? Brigandine? Hell yeah. That's very good. That's very good. Okay. All right, so our broadcast Briggy gained a level. We're gonna keep pumping this fatigue. We really need more fatigue on a brother like this. I think, let's see, so given this sort of goofy build that I'm doing anyway, so let's go duelist. We're gonna make this bro a spear duelist with heavy armor. Whatever. Who knows what's going on here? But it's something, and it'll work. All right, we can make a Nacho trophy. Seems like a good idea. We can give that to one of the spear bros. Go ahead and pop that on our broadcast, Briggy. He is superstitious after all. You hate to see it, but it's fine. No other things we want to craft here. But it's Nacho trophy. That's right, it's mine. What's the payout of these? Those payouts are pretty good. The 3 skull contract is one we can still do. We have a very cheap assassin and a cheap thief and 2 cheap manhunters. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah, jeez. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're gonna have to make some decisions about who's gonna be on the squad. Oh, this is new. This is new. The game is protecting an item you might not want to sell. Fun. I am sure that we want to sell this. But that's a cool prompt. I like that. I'm glad that that's there. Okay, so we have a whole bunch. How many black books were lost? Right. So we have a whole bunch of money. 8 serpents. I think I remember those 8 serpents. We have a couple bros that are awkward. That kind of need to go. And I hate that that's true, but it is true. We need a fatigue neutral on the squad. At least one more, probably like 2, even up to 3 is totally fine. Given that fact, we have 2 types of recruits here that are excellent for that specific role. And so, because of the fact that we're at 12 of 12, and we gotta let some bros go. Is it finally assassin time? It's gonna be finally assassin time. So unfortunately, like this bro, for example, we had a banner who was acting as our banner that right now is a bit of a mess that needs to go. Sorry, EELI. There's also a manhunter to roll. Right. Another bro that's kind of awkward on the team right now is our Philly Fiddler. Curse word's a little awkward as well. Who's more awkward, actually? Pretty similar. This bro's probably a little worse. If you fire the Philly Fiddler, he'll go back to his horse humping ways. Well, exactly. I'm giving him an opportunity to return. I mean, not everyone has a life to return to. This guy does. That's how your career ended last run. Never trust this man and his company. Won't even compensate you. True. Not unless I have to. We want to fight centaurs eventually. Oh my god. That's... Shit. I can't. That's so good. That's so stupid. Why? Why? Why has this happened? Oh my god. New pinned message just happened. I can't. That's okay. All right. I have to change out another pair of underwear. So yeah, I think EELI's got to go. That's just gonna happen. It's sad. And what I can do, here's what we're gonna do. Here's the strategy. We're gonna see if the thief is worth keeping first. If he's worth keeping, here's the strat. If the thief is worth keeping, then we unfortunately have to get rid of Nixlarfs. And essentially then we'll hire the assassin. But we're gonna check the thief first, because the assassin is almost definitely good enough. The thief could be a harder sell. He's also cheaper though, so it's a easier gambler risk to take. Easy. This thief, no good. So a secondary option, a new branching path appears. We do have these manhunters. Manhunters are pretty good. Can be good. It's worth taking a look at them when they're on offer for this cheap. We'll take a look. That's a pretty good bro. That's a pretty good bro. Temp banner found? Nah, we got another banner. We don't need to. No need for just lacking a bit of health, almost a Chad. Yeah, basically, right? Catch all offensive, bro. Yeah. So he's not the tricky thing though. So here's the thing. We're actually in a tight. This is a little tough because this bro is good, but he's also not quite what the company needs. Like, could be the cleaver bro. Yeah, it could be. Like, he's really good, but the company is transitioning to a point where we really want to more highly prioritize bros with melee defense to get some of those roles online. We need a tank. And we need a couple fatigue neutrals. Yeah, we already have a bunch of reasonably high offense bros. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of what we've kept here. I mean, here's like one fatigue neutral, right? But we've got like offense bro, offense bro, offense bro. The ranged bros, which are kind of their own thing, but they're offensive bros. Seroy 7 hasn't been rolling well in melee defense, otherwise, I mean, he's gonna end up in heavy armor, so it'll be somewhat durable, but may not be able to stand in the front line as long as we'd like. Offense bro, offense bro. We kind of don't need this. So I hate that I feel like I'm gonna let this bro go, but I am. He's really pretty good. And if this were any other time in the campaign, we'd love to see him. But not right now. So we're gonna take a look at the other one. He's close. He's close, but no Sigarillo. I could just take a look at the peddlers for a tank. We've got plenty of money to do that. Let's just take a look. All right. No, although, I mean, he's not terrible, but not quite there. Okay. Another one that's not there. Yikes. All right, and then we're just gonna hire this assassin. Hey, interesting. Okay. Dark Paladin 037. Our assassin is here. Now, all the right stars in all the wrong places. What is this assassin? So here's what this bro could be. Fast adaptation Catal? No. This is going to be probably a fatigue neutral. It's a bit of a gamble. 12 melee defense is a really good starting value. No talent stars has me nervous. He's got a ton of initiative, wildly high initiative, where he can be like dodge forged, right? Because he's got a difference of like 35 almost. 33. He's got a difference of 33 between initiative and his fatigue. So he's already got good enough resolve, partially because of the drunkard trait. Soju, you're drunk. Stone cold sober. And the additional melee defense on top of what he's already got is pretty good. Again, no talent stars in melee defense makes this risky, right? But it's something we can work with. The tricky thing here is going to be, is he worth his wages? Wages are such a small part of your overall expenditure that I don't even consider them. Practically, anyway. The tricky thing, though, is that with 53 melee skill, even with 1 talent star, that's really low. Like, really low. So, the way of getting around that normally would be something like Flail Mastery, because frontline fatigue neutral with Flail is pretty good. But if we do that, then by taking Flail Mastery, we need to take Headhunter to get the most out of it. Like, it's such a huge damage boost that you would never want to go Flail Mastery without Headhunter. And so, because we are already going to be using at least 1 perk contributing to his melee defense with dodge, potentially a second one with Brawny, which again would also increase his initiative and let us wear a bit heavier armor and never have to pump fatigue, then what that means is our other option, which I haven't done many of, would be like a greatsword as an offensive accuracy weapon. So 80 melee attack, 35 melee defense is not a godly newt. True. I agree with that. That's not a godly newt. But it is a good enough newt. Is what it is. Great sword requires too much fatigue, you feel? No. Definitely not. He's just going to be using the primary attack of the greatsword. I agree that you can use the greatsword in ways that make use of the secondaries. But in this case, we're just going to be using it for its primary attack. Does it do less damage than like a heavy rusty axe or a two-handed mace or, you know, a two-handed hammer? Yes. Against any enemy with armor. But it's not that much worse. It's not that much lower. So I think that's how we'll use this, bro. You'd hope for better, but at least you're temporarily on. Oh, this is a keeper. This bro is not temporary. This is a forever bro. And that's how we're gonna treat him. Would we want a little better? Sure. Did we get better? No. But we'll be able to make up for the lesser damage on the greatsword, at least partially, with drunkard. Forever bro gonna die immediately? Well, that's true. You could do that. You are gonna stand in the front with a shield. So, the Manhunter was probably better. No, not for this role. Because again, the most important thing is this stat right here. That's what we're looking for. And we're able to get a whole bunch more of it secondarily through dodge. We're okay with drunkard. The melee skill will end up being fine enough. It's not like this bro is great. I'm not trying to sell you on that. I'm trying to sell you on the fact that we just cycled through a whole bunch of bros looking for something that we've got to accept what we find at some point. Your issue with greatsword is that fears auto swinging. There isn't a reason to go axes instead. There is. A greatsword has an accuracy benefit, and it will do more damage to unarmored folk. I mean, that's the most meme assassin you've seen in a while. I've built like many of these throughout the whole campaign. Are you gonna whip his ass the first time he misplaces? No, absolutely not. We want this bro to remain a drunkard. We went through a whole lot and have to settle at some point. Sounds like your wife's singing. Cheers to that. No wonder you're a drunkard. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that like we're not wonderfully happy with this bro, but we will accept this bro as good enough. All right, we got a smoke pot too. A bit random, but pretty happy with that. And again, there's a little bit of let's see how he rolls as well. And the lack of talent stars isn't so bad because again, there's a certain amount of flexibility that we have in how we assign stats, at least as far as the secondaries are concerned. On this bro, based on this roll, we are going to be taking melee skill and melee defense every level. Slurgy's gonna smoke. No, Slurgy's not gonna smoke on stream. Okay, so first things first, let's do this contract because it's day 38 and I just want to make sure we get this one done. 3 skull contract, Nomad City. It's not gonna re-roll its loot table, which means there could be fancy shinies here. Too bad he almost mineraled the attack. Yeah, that's the real shame. That's the real shame. Many outlaws and a few archers? Color me skeptical. Don't beat him because he's drunk, beat him because he's a failure. Alright, no contract twist. Huh, alright. Brig if true. Alright, so I think we're gonna push the team just forward 2 hexes. Oh, I should have shot there before moving further forward. Whoopsie. Alright, well, whatever. And we're just gonna push, yeah, everyone forward 2 hexes. I think that's the play. Maybe except for here. Yeah, here we just move forward 1. I don't like Uncle Freddie Mac being a bit hurt. I mean, he's still got 9 or whatever, and his armor is basically repaired. But I don't want him to get hit by that. Pole mace. If he gets hit once, I guess it's fine. Excuse me? They're the ones spear walling. What do they think this is? What do they think this is? A Slurgian standoff if there ever was one? Yeah. They merely adopted the spear. They are no masters of the spear. Not like your boy Slurgy. Let's see what they do in the second half of the round. Not gonna push forward, okay. Oh, even retreating with the pole mace? Leaving this guy all alone? Yoink. Okay. Cool. We can work with this. This'll work for us. Do they have like machine learning algorithms? Are they watching the players and how they do things and then they just copy them? They're gonna get stammed out here in a second. They're using all their fatigue. Usually for like the AI, that like kinda doesn't matter, but it kinda does matter here, like a little bit. Is it day 40 yet? Not yet. It's very close, but not quite yet. These outlaws are not yet dodging. Here they come. Take that. I don't think I move Uncle Freddy Mac into that hex. That's a death trap. That's a trap. Even this hex I don't love, but I think it's fine. Pocket sand? Alright, we got that pole mace out of the way. That was the real, like, damaging threat on their team. So with that guy gone, feeling a lot better about what's out there now. Man split. That man has been split. Searoy 7 can probably push forward, like to there. I think that's okay. They're very close to just having one morale cascade cause the whole house of cards to fall apart. God, they're really focusing down Searoy 7 though. And Uncle Freddy Mac. There we go. Okay. There we go. There it is. Now these fools shall all perish. Took a little bit of damage in this fight. A non-trivial amount, for sure. But nobody died. And that's all that matters. Okay. And we got some silk. Again, because that was a 3-skull contract, there was the possibility of a named item just being here because it didn't re-roll the loot table, like of the camp, the base camp type. But we didn't get lucky, and that's okay. Oh yeah, I should say one other element of the consideration here in keeping, well, never mind. What I was going to say is an element in things we can do with this bro is that if we have them standing in front of our ranged units, he can screen for arrows. I guess I didn't realize his base range defense rolled as low as it did. I guess it's only 0 to 5, huh? So the talent stars are, yeah, never mind. All right, and it's just about day 40, getting real close. So it's time for us to skedaddle, make our way away from here. So, retinue. We can get the scout now and move faster. Probably could have just done that when we sold stuff. Would have been smart. But I didn't. So, next follower. The cook was upgraded. The cook was made to make all provisions last 3 extra days and increase hit point recovery by 1 per hour. That's like pretty good. It's way better than it used to be, that's for sure. Given that we're a 12-man squad, I don't hate the idea of the increased hit point regeneration. In previous version of the game, it was broken. Cartographer, yeah, we don't really need extra money though. Cartographer's cute, but the amount of time it takes for it to pay off its hiring cost is enough that it's not really in the consideration at all. The surgeon is one we're going to want to get eventually, for sure. And the blacksmith was buffed, and buffed pretty substantially in the most recent patch. Obviously, Brigand is what you need. Probably still bugged though with mods. Still bugged. Was it ever bugged? I don't. Huh. The Bounty Hunter, of course, is always a fun choice as well. I don't totally hate giving the cook for a spin. I'm not gonna have like a good baseline to compare it to, really. But yeah, I don't hate taking the cook for a spin. It'll make all the strange meat last longer. Probably don't need that pole mace. Hang on to an extra boar spear in case we fight like an Orc-Sea-Tense. Strange meat is donkeys if you're lucky. Yes. Accurate. Really, I guess I only need 1 kite shield. I don't think I need to keep all those extras. Even though there's ambushed trade routes here, I'm still thinking of purchasing tools and ammo here. Because what we could do is make a... I don't know if the team is quite ready for a long trip out into the far reaches of the map, but we might be able to. Could make our way back to Kammersmark. Make a big swoop-de-woo like this. We can upgrade the Caravan, the donkey, buy a cart for 5,000. I don't know, the cook might be interesting. We've got a lot of nimble bros, and we care about our hit points quite a lot. Well, we don't even have nimble bros yet, but we will have nimble bros, right? We will have bros where making sure they have hit points is good. I don't know, let's try it. And I am going to upgrade the cart as well. So now that puts us at 11 days of wages. That's enough. 8 days still enough. 7 days still enough. 6 still enough. Good cook makes strange meat taste like chicken. Yes. And she'll tell you it was frog legs. And you're like, ah, I see the little flecks of green skin. Frog legs. Alright, that should be enough supplies, I think. We can make our way towards this Shifting Sands hideout. Maybe we can hit that before day 40. We'll see if we can get there in time. You love frog legs? They're very good. Maybe this is ambitious. I don't think I'm going to get there before day 40. In fact, I already know I'm not going to. So. Alright, so Undead must have spawned from this mossy ruins. It's pretty good. So we can fight what's there at the mossy ruins, so it'll be a bunch of zombies. It's a good fight for us. The team's very proficient at taking that kind of fight. So we'll get a warm up. Bleaching frogs. Hey, Bijante. Hello, hello. How's it going? East Coast acted like frog legs are a delicacy. Well, I mean, they kind of are, right? They're still rare. They're not like a common food. You could say the same thing about morel mushrooms. Where I live, they're pretty common, at least like for like 1 week or even less in the year. But overall, they're not super common. I suppose in the south, like southern coast of the US, I think scallops are kind of seen the same way, from what I understand anyway. We saw a post where someone 3D printed some plastic morel mushrooms and left them in his front yard just to mess with mushroom pickers. Incredible. Love that. Especially if it's like the conditions wouldn't normally be right for it. There's all sorts of like mythos attached to like harvesting morels. Of like perfect types of trees to find them on, like the exact time of year, certain specific weather patterns, and they're mostly like true, right? So you know, no. I'm in Minnesota. Minnesota. Man split. As an Ohioan, you take offense to that comment on behalf of Slurgy? I'm just not trying to pretend to be something I'm not. The reason I laugh actually is that perhaps as an Ohioan you can understand this. People tend to get Iowa, Ohio, and Idaho mixed up all the time. Can't seem to keep it straight. So I think I have mentioned that I grew up in Iowa. And it's funny to me whenever there's a mix-up. So. Too many vowels? I mean, sure. Don't get me wrong. I understand that Iowa, Idaho, and Ohio all sound very similar. Slurgy lied about being a Minnesotan. He's a gosh darn faker. Mm-hmm. All right, a +3 in melee defense. Doubters in shambles. Doubters, get out. Look at this. Look at that +3. Look at that +3. I hope the rest are all +3s. All right. So let's see. Probably hit points. I'd probably take the +3 there. The other thing I could do, and I'm never sure for what it's worth of when this is correct. I already know this bro will be dodge forged. How much is it worth to take the initiative where this 5 initiative represents 3/4 of a melee defense? It also is 3/4 of a range defense, for what it's worth. And also does make it so that they are earlier in the turn order. Yeah, 3/4. 3/4 is hard to say. Because one of the principles, that's why we just say 3/4, and yeah, I should just say that. Anyway, you know, I always say you should always take the ones in melee defense on a defensive brother. How far does that principle apply? Does that apply down to 3/4? 3/4? You think it's worth if the bro can reach 70 initiative after gear, he can outspeed the lightest chosen? It's kind of interesting. Outspeeding the lightest chosen is good. I think outspeeding the lightest ancient dead, actually outspeeding the most ancient dead is also pretty relevant when fully stammed out, which you can get a bit easier. You go all in for initiative? So I should make a 3/4 compromise? Oh no. 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 Whatever. We'll try it. We're gonna grab 9 lives on level 2 here. And then Nyx lives. Leveling up nicely. I mean, hey, this bro's turning out to be pretty good. Resolve? 48 is pretty good, but we can go higher. And let's grab Colossus in preparation for Nimble next level. And then let's swap out this armor. Let's mark that for repair. Oh, we got a padded kettle hat. We'll just mark that for repair as well. And let's take out the Mossy Ruin, which we expect will be Undead. Undead music playing. Undead. Only 13 enemies. Makes me wonder if maybe there is a fallen hero in the mix. If there is, we may have the opportunity to dagger down a stinky piece of armor. So 9 enemies visible here. So I'm going to push forward exactly 1 hex. The reason I'm doing that is I want to get Slurgy in that hex there. Can probably push Green Killer up a tiny bit as well. Actually move like Dark Paladin here. We'll let him get melee contact with him. The bowman is swaggy? Oh yeah, dude, he's looking great. The duelist hat, such a nice look. He's got like a fantastic beard. I'm into it. Some pretty simple armor, but you know, that's just life right now. We're simple folk. All right, 3 Geists. Huh, not much of a camp here actually. Man split. You're next, you're next. Behemoth 6987 is indeed next on the list. You see a lot of V2s on the list? Just 2 of them. Keep up the good work getting chatters killed. Oh, out. With pleasure. Alright, we don't want to break these weapons. You haven't made any zombie impressions since last run, just saying? True. That's true. What's in it for me? Well, it's fun to do. I'm real tempted. I'm on the cusp. I'm on the verge of already doing the zombie impression. But I'm not quite there yet. Man split. No caca either. Well, we don't have a caca yet. We're still working on that. It's on our shopping list. We'll eventually get a caca. We've scarcely got dogs. Very minimal. Always like having those. They're nice. Oops. That broke prematurely. A Geist impression would be okay too. Good. Well, I gave you a few of those. One for Bijante. They're so funny. Okay. Where's our Clipper? He is good at it. That is kind of his secret talent, for sure. Okay, so we did get level 7, where we can take Nimble. You love to see it. Constipation goes hard in more ways than one. Heyo. Not that I'd know anything about that. And I am gonna grab fatigue. We're gonna really pump this bro's fatigue to the moon. I think we're gonna be able to make good use of this heater shield. We're gonna circle back for shield expert even. You already got so many of Slurgy doing that, that's probably true. All right, we got Nimble on another brother here too. Curse word. He's a good squire? He's a good squire. Might grab the resolve here. Ready to suck on some jugs? I think the jug sucking's gonna be done by the broadcast briggy. Eventually. Probably. That's why we need to get the Geist screams. I suppose I'm not doing the Geist scream, I'm only doing the Geist, like, death sound. Quite different. Alright, many ancient legionaries. I think the team is at a point where we can do that now. Pretty, reasonably comfortably. Comfortably enough. Excuse me. We've gained a decent amount of fancy stuff since I declined a similar type of fight. Love to hear some Spooter impressions? Did they make that much noise? They're kind of quiet, actually. Come on, Undead Briggies, make that Dodge Forge guy flee. They might. Okay. So luckily, mostly the hexagonal shields instead of kite shields on the front. But it looks like there's gonna be 5 frontliners, 5 backliners. They yell when they die. Oh, that's true, that's true. Okay, and then we've got, 3 out of 5 have the broken ancient bladed pike, which is just a little bit easier to deal with. Will you go for the new legendary locations this run? Yes, I do plan on it. I don't know anything about them though, so please no spoilers. Or I should say, I don't know much about them. All right. Hopefully we get a good first opening salvo here. Spoiler, they're probably not easy. Don't even tell me that. Not even probably. You have no idea, just guessing. I know. I understand. Storchi, what are your thoughts on the drill sergeant? Drill sergeant's fine. He can be nice. Nice to have. You've only seen one of the locations, figured we might get around to seeing them during a slurgy run. Hey, disarmed. Take that, you nerd. We'll ignore him for 1 round while we loop around. Drill Sergeant is nice in 16-man Origins. Agreed with that. Okay. Hopefully, we're able to take most of them down in this here round of combat. Anything after the Scout Lookout combo is a comfort pick. Drill Sergeant's okay in your book. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of describing it. What are your thoughts on the new Cook and Blacksmith? It's an open question to anyone to answer. Okay. Nice little pile of loot. We got some tools and stuff to help compensate for the damage we took to the armors. Alright. Hey, another +3. You love to see it. Blacksmith seems cool. Was kind of bad before. Agreed. Yeah, new Blacksmith seems awesome. New Blacksmith seems awesome for sure. Alright. The one RNG Battle Brothers thing that bothers you is when you can't find a taxidermist for a long time? Well, you can always find one in one of the southern city-states. You can always find the taxidermist at the purple-flagged southern city-state. It is always there. So, you've always got that option. Okay, so here, I think I'll just grab dodge now. It's pretty good value, even with the heavy armor we've got equipped. Thomas the Train. We'll take the +3s in melee skill. And we're gonna need more resolve, especially with the pessimist trait on this kind of brother. So let's grab Pathfinder. Stars do not make the bro. Stars do not make the bro. You wonder what the tool math comparison on Blacksmith for Scavenger? Well, I think you're gonna be hard pressed to find the Scavenger beat the Blacksmith, because I feel like the only camps that drop meaningful amount of tools from the Scavenger are orc camps. And so, man, I don't know. It's like from the Scavenger itself. And a lot of camps drop a decent amount of tools anyway. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like new Blacksmith is just going to be better than Scavenger. Undead camps work too. To an extent, yeah. Yeah, I think the new Blacksmith is going to be better than the Scavenger, but I don't have the, you know, experimental knowledge, the lived experience. Hexen. Scav is for tools and ammunition. True. It does also help with ammo. Alright, we'll keep making our way back towards that town. Nul Sharox. Some ambushers, many skirmishers, and an overseer. We can probably do this. Gonna have to be a little careful, making sure that they attack where we want them to. Let's just throw that back on. All right, so we're gonna put the old kite shield up on our boy Dark Paladin. Have him lead the charge here. All right, let's do this. You guess they're gonna attack the bowman with this formation? Yeah, because we got Rally the Troops next to him as well. That's alright, we can let them attack him. Ow! Gigabrain Genius Bijante. So the reason I'm pushing forward now instead of waiting till the second half of the round is because I no longer want them to attack those two pros. We've moved on from that. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine.jpg. Only a flesh wound? Only a flesh wound. Of course, I think that's where all wounds are. Unless we count the emotional scars. Sometimes a blood sacrifice is needed to obtain the loot. True. Sometimes. Sometimes a blood sacrifice is indeed needed. How many goblins are in Goblin City roughly? Oh boy, like somewhere between 40 and 50. It's a lot. A lot of goblins. 47? Yeah, that sounds right. No, that's Monolith? Oh. Then never mind, it doesn't sound right. Oh, why didn't I should have done name shot. Oops. We don't have a shield wall anymore. Let's just stand up here. That's right, get wrecked, nerd. Ow! Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, goblins are the most delightfully horrific, disgusting little creatures. I love them. They smell blood, and they attack. They truly capture the feeling of fighting goblins in their playstyle? Yeah, for sure. Blackbeard 43 has a white beard, needs to be fixed. That's true. Shot my dog! There we go. Now I'm seeing a little bit of morale cascade going on here. That's better. Good dog. Oh my goodness. Cassio, that is an angry dog. Cassio's like, all right, I've seen enough. You've attacked my friends for the last time, and you shall fall. Cassio getting revenge, exactly. Cassio had seen enough, you know? Okay. Team, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? An oversized broadcast briggy got himself an oversized spear. This is staged. Love it. Hell yeah. Miraculous. Incredible. Beautiful. Streamer button doing heavy lifting today? Absolutely. Hell yeah. Oh my god. How's the durability compare? So a regular fighting spear has 72, so this one is even more durable. Hell yeah. Oh my god. So it rolled damage ignores armor. Let's see, what are the rolls compared to what it could have gotten? Oh no, I need the so the max armor ignore is 41, so it is almost max, and the max effectiveness against armor is 130, so almost maximum there too. Both pen and armor damage, not super great, but is better than base. I don't know. I would say this is super great. Like, these are two things that we really care about. Like, this is wonderful. Like, hell yeah. I mean, I guess it can get better because it didn't have a flat damage roll, but still, like, beggars can't be choosers. We are very happy with this. Change its name to Fearsome Applier? Yeah, exactly. Especially since we have Duelist, right? Like, this is now, even with Spear Wall, incredibly likely to cause fearsome procs, even against enemies with like a decent amount of armor. Guess we can say Slurgy has an oversized spear now? Giggity. Indeed you can. That's so good. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and actually what we can do when I get back is we can calculate super quickly, just back of the napkin math, how much armor we can penetrate through and cause fearsome procs with. But I'll do that when I get back. One moment. All right, I am back. So, let's talk about the amount of armor an enemy can have where this will still proc fearsome. Chat calculated that the chastity belt needs to be 3 forks or less for the oversized spear to poke through. Oh my, did we measure this? Did we do this calculation? It looks like we did. Wow. Soji, you missed so many good jokes. Why can't they just call it what it is, a long pike? No, that's some good ones. Good stuff. So yeah, let's say we get an average damage roll. So we'll do 37.5. We're gonna multiply that by the double grip bonus of 1.25 because we're, you know, get that bonus. And then we're gonna divide that damage in by 2 because Spear Wall does half damage. Everything gets divided by 2. All right, so that number is now 23.4375. We'll just round it to 23. Keep our lives super simple. We'll maybe round up later in the calculation, whatever. All right, so let's say we got 23 damage. So first off, we'll do effectiveness against armor, because that's gonna happen first. So 29.44, we'll say that's 30-ish. That'll be good enough. So we're gonna add that at the end. So 39% of damage ignores armor, plus 25 gets us to 64, right? Yes, 64. So 64 by that same 23 is 14.72. Let's just round up to 15. So then an enemy with 150 armor remaining after getting hit, we'd proc Fearsome. So we did about 40-ish armor damage. So any enemy with about 190 armor or less, we will be able to proc Fearsome on. Approximately. It's like a hand wavy. That's really good. That's really good. That's most enemies. And that's of course like a, you know, yeah, that's really good. That's really nice. Cool. Unless they have Battleforged. I mean, that would reduce the amount of armor damage you do by a very insignificant amount. That number changes very slightly. It changes, but not by much. So, incredible. That's really good. They just see that spear and run in shame? Exactly. Exactly. Great. Of course, we don't even have Fearsome yet, but... Cool. So how does armor math work? Because weapons has X amount of damage, ignores armor, but from what I see, the more armor the enemy has, the less damage ignores armor. Yes, oh yeah, I just added that into the calculation of what I was talking about. The wiki article actually is pretty decent, giving some example calculations, the damage page on Battle Brothers. But the TLDR is that when an enemy, or you, when a unit gets hit, whatever damage would ignore armor is then reduced by a flat amount that is based on the remaining armor in that location divided by 10, or 10% of the remaining armor, right? So you're never going to get that full amount of damage ignores armor through. It will always be reduced by whatever remaining armor is there. So if you're watching on YouTube, had to pop in and remind you, you have another spear, bro. We do. Uncle Freddie Mac, we do. We do have another spear, bro. And we'll see if we can get a matching spear for our squire. We'll do our best. We'll do our best, Uncle Freddie Mac. We'll try to find a matching spear for that bro. All right, plop some leather shoulder guards on an armor. And we'll level up the squad. Roy 7. Another +1 in melee defense. Kind of a big yikes. A bit of a big yikes. So here we could take hit points or resolve. Both are going to be very important. Slightly leaning towards resolve there, so let's get it. We'll grab Pathfinder. Blackbeard, 4305. Grab hit points. And then this brother can get nimble. Which means we can swap out their hat with someone. Swap it there. Put a new armor on him. Bow rather than crossbow? No, we'll move a crossbow here. Definitely. Sync Naza, I probably don't bother. No, now that we've got the spiked impaler, for sure, we're gonna equip that. And in fact, this brother is even gonna take crossbow and firearm mastery, so we could make use of the spiked impaler a little bit better for now anyway. That is a quiver of arrows. Oh no, no quiver of bolts. Here's what we'll do then. We will still go like that. We'll start out with a spiked impaler here. It'll start preloaded with 1 bolt, even if you don't have a quiver. So Syncnaza can make use of that. We're gonna hopefully find a quiver soon. All right, let's make our way back to Camera's Mark. It's been a while since we've been there. The White Bones Menagerie. Is the team in good enough shape to take that fight? Probably? We'll see. We'll see what's there. Using crossbow without bolts? I mean, you get 1 shot. And sometimes that's all you need. Alright. So let's take this fight. One shot, 1 kill. Shoot arrow, hit arrow. Exactly, it's just that easy. Another spear and bow famed. Well, we didn't get a bow famed. We just got a spear. But pretty happy. Well, maybe you're saying from this upcoming fight? Well, I hope so. Somewhat like a fire lance, but without the lance and without the fire? It's something like that. Do you have the video or tips for someone that is just starting the game? I don't, actually. I don't have like a first foray into Battle Brothers, how to get started type of video or anything like that. I'd be curious if anyone else in the chat knows. Who's the turtle guy? Yeah, Turtle's Guide is great, but it's not exactly like a beginner. Actually, I think JC, hold on. Hold on. No, there is one, and it's really good. Yeah, hold on. I got you. Right here. This guide by JC Sato, who may or may not know the game pretty well. Filthy Robot did some good videos. I'll say this. Filthy Robot, a lot of the things in his videos are going to be really good, but there's going to be also a lot of things which are really not good. I would avoid those. You could follow what Sludgy did from the start, turn on Iron Mode and put it on the hardest settings from the start to explore. You could, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's very, very old, his content. Yeah, it's old, and I think there are some beliefs he had about the game which most people consensus seems to disagree with. I think some people are too harsh on it. It's not like it's that bad, but some of the things he says are kind of not super accurate. You started on expert Iron Man, low income. Some of us are just sadists, you know? You remember him having some very wrong opinions on Fearsome? Yes. That's one of the things that kind of is top of mind. But Fearsome does nothing in Monolith, trash perk. True. Fearsome got better. I mean, that's true, but I think he disliked Fearsome even when it was after post changes. Regardless, like, I actually think a lot of his content's really good. Hope I don't regret that choice. And that one. Don't regret that one. You're not a Fearsome build maker, you don't mind it though, but he hated Fearsome. He did. He was not a believer in Fearsome. Fearsome's a pretty good perk. For what it's worth. Undead soundtrack is so amazing. Yes, it's so good. This track is so good. Breakdown Epiphanies killed it. It's so good. Please tell me you died in a blaze of glory, not just fired for being bad. Oh no, Eagledub. I have terrible news for you. Oh, that was a shield push and a half. You got fired so that I can be mediocre. I'm sorry. It's true. This is an accurate description. Uncle Freddie Mac, good dodging. Yeah, Bijante with the hot and objectively wrong takes. A tale as old as time. It's his specialty. It is his specialty. Alright, managed to take very little damage. We could have taken some there, for sure. What's your opinion on the Legends mod? It's not to my taste, but I don't want to yuck your yum. If you enjoy it, you should play it. Okay, so, love seeing that +3 in melee skill. I think we're going to be able to make this a pretty hardcore, plenty of extra fatigue kind of damage bro. Really, this next thing I pick here doesn't matter that much. But I guess I'll go with hit points. Kind of tempted to do the +3 resolve, but I think we'll be okay without. Let's go Pathfinder this level. We'll get Nimble next level. Okay, but Slurgy said a couple weeks ago he also didn't love the barb track. No, that's not true. But I did say that there are other ones that I think are even better. Green Killer has to build yet? Yeah, I haven't decided. I haven't given him a title. Nimble damage of some kind. Like the peasant murdering track. Honestly, that one is really good. I actually think that is low-key one of the best tracks on the OST for sure. Oh, the Desolate Mausoleum. We can wait just a little bit of time for it to become day. There we go. And we may as well show them what we think of their Desolate Mausoleum. Of course, Slurgy didn't give any strong opinion. Lukewarm takes. That's my specialty. Alright, so looking at that unit in the turn order. Under 90 initiative, but higher than 79. That's probably just a Necro, given that there's kind of a one-off of it. That could still be the range of a Geist, but given that there's just one, probably that's a Necro. Kaka? We don't have a Kaka. We just don't have one. I would love to, but we haven't had the opportunity to purchase one yet. The Kaka would answer that question though. So they do have a fallen hero. That looks to me, I think, like the Decayed Coat of Plates. So if possible, we would like to dagger down this armor. I'm gonna leave this one alive so that he possesses it. Perfect, because we can finish it off a little easier. Like if we just mess with everyone, that'd be so sad. So there's our fallen hero. Okay. Could maybe push Slurgy forward 1 hex. I think that would be good. Hello, Deep Space Cowboy. Good evening to you. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Great, just about to do a large Nomad camp on day 38. Hell yeah. The perfect time to do one. I think I did it. Was it day 38 that I did one in this run too? I think it was also day 38 that I did a large Nomad camp. The perfect timing before leaving the south. Always feels nice when you can do that. Yeah, exactly. Sneaking it in before day 40. This run's going pretty well. So far, so good anyway. Okay. Jonte says, wait for 2 more days. I promise it will be smoother. Might just be the brain cells there. Okay, let's see where this guy goes. I suspect the fallen hero will probably try to occupy this hex because the banner is right there, but I don't know how much they take that into consideration. Okay, some amount. Boy, Nixlars could die here real easy, but I really want this armor. Possessed, meaning they'll take less damage, kind of sucks. Soju, you are being greedy? Yes, of course I am. Isn't Nixlar the tempo, bro? I mean, yes. But we don't want to lose tempo. But yes. Because of the way they pushed there, they just got more surround on him. We improved his chance of survival, at least somewhat. Okay, he has lived. Pike knockback could have been handy there. I thought about it. Oh. Black Razor. Hello, Slurgy in chat. What are your favorite armor attachments? Whichever ones I happen to have. Which sounds like a non-answer, and it kind of is. But realistically, each armor attachment is going to be best against different enemies for different types of bros on top of different types of armor for different types of situations. So there is not a one-size-fits-all answer for that question. Give you the hyena attachment or give you death? It's a good one. Hyena pelt on super fast dodge forward newts is your niche favorite. Yeah, I do kind of like that too. That one's definitely the like. It's the cute pick, you know. Okay. That isn't the line I expected. Huh. Wow. So he did an attack, hit him, and he's like, all right, I've had enough out of you. Then did the shield push, moved him out of the way so that he could charge forward to kill him. Wow, what a dick. Down but not out. True, but this being an undead camp, well, he might have to get knocked down again, potentially. Struck down won't be raised? I don't think that's true. Ow. But we are, of course, being a little bit greedy here, surprising no one. We want that armor. Stunned. Yeah, only if you stand on his body you won't be raised, which we are actually. God, it's kind of... It's a struggle. Don't have enough AP for the stun, so we're just gonna save AP on that, bro. Okay. Just go for the stun now. Keep our lives simple. That fallen hero's been perma-possessed. Yes, boy. My words were not working good there. Words were no good. Words are hard. Right, let's get our boy Slurgy right up in there. Killer's pretty low. That armor is starting to get pretty chunked. Okay, we got it. We got it. Slurgy, you do words good? Not always. All right, so Nixlarf's is just missing an ear. No big deal. And hey, would you look at that? A decayed coat of plates. Not bad, not bad, not bad. And we also got, I think it's like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 6. It's a pretty rare configuration, but the covered decayed closed flat top with mail looks like a regular cultist helmet, but has 230 durability. So even though it stinks, it's real good. Okay. Greed is good. Greed is great. All right, so decayed coat of plates. We can, let's just mark it to start repairing. Same deal with the decayed closed flat top with mail. What do we have for tools anyway? 45, yeah. Hey, Bajante, have yourself a great night. All right, so we're always gonna take the +1s there. That's the sad +1 that I was saying I didn't want to have happen. And do we grab resolve or hit points? Let's grab resolve. Van Gogh traded his for less. True. For like unrequited love, right? And what do I take here? Could go Colossus, could go Pathfinder, could go Gifted. If we're gonna put heavy armor on him, let's put Pathfinder. Make him a little more functional while we're still kind of getting him set up. Lord Jingo. All right. Another bro with Nimble. You love to see it. You'd rather trade your ear for a stinky shirt than love. I'd rather have love. So our book nerd, leveling up nicely. Hit points, melee defense, range defense, all valid choices. Let's see, what do we want this bro to look like in the end? We're gonna be, I hope I'm not pulling him too many different directions. So we want Colossus, we want dodge. We're gonna take anticipation probably, maybe not though. So we're gonna grab Colossus, dodge. We're gonna end up grabbing bags and Pathfinder. So that only leaves 2 more perks. Just nimble and anticipation. 3 melee defense is good. Yeah, we're not gonna really have this brother engage in melee too often though. It's mostly for if he gets jumped by Necro Savants, or if Orc Warlords push through to try to attack him. Those are the main points of consideration. Both should be reasonably rare, even in the late game. So it's not like it's that much value. But it's still, I mean, it's something. I don't think that's what we take on this brother though. Let's grab dodge on this level. It was either dodge or Colossus. Then we'll grab nimble next level. Isn't +3 the max roll? Yeah. We're not just here to take max rolls because they're there, right? This bro isn't going to use this stat very often. So even though it is the highest roll, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to take it. It's the highest roll on the best stat in the game, at least in aggregate, but that doesn't mean that we're going to take it here. I'd either take hit points or range defense here. And I think I'm just gonna go hit points. It's a pretty simple, straightforward decision. It'll be good against all the things he might get struck with. And also consider that melee defense is a stat where the more of it you have, the better each subsequent point is. So, okay. Well, well, well. You love to see it. Thomas the Train, our fatigue neutral, godly Swordmaster, has given Uncle Freddie Mac +3 melee defense. You love to see it. Yeah, someone got his melee defense. Uncle Freddie Mac was a little lacking in melee defense. But now he's got more. Great, 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 great. Hell yeah. Uncle Freddie Mac, get back over here and tell us what you think. Alright, so we got marauding, greenskins, ambush, trade routes, and a drought. So we're gonna be able to sell stuff here for quite a bit of money. So nothing too interesting here. We should, it's true, we should make Blackbeard have a Blackbeard. Is that black? That's black. Okay. Soji, can you change my face? Sure. While I'm here. That's fair. Of all the ones, this one looks dumb. Let's see, where is... Oh yeah. Okay, that face does look pretty dumb. We'll go with this one. There were some good choices there, though. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna sell trade goods, we're gonna sell lots of things. Do I bother fixing up this leather lamellar? Probably should. Probably sell the goblin poison too. Okay, do I need that boar spear? Possibly a backup for Uncle Freddy Mac, so we'll hang on to it. Oh, and maybe the notched blades. Do I have anyone with like a derpy knife? I do. Can replace those with the notched blades. Okay, looks like that's the only one that's nice. Any crossbow bolts? Yeah, we can see if they're selling them. I kind of hate buying them, but they're not that expensive, so it's really not that big of a deal. So yeah, we should see. We should see if they're selling any quivers of bolts. It's worth looking. And suddenly, we're swimming in money. No crossbow bolts. Do we want to spend money at the temple? Probably. Especially this cut Achilles tendon. That one absolutely must get fixed. Crossbows are scary, making you quiver in fear. Huh. So I don't really care that much for any of these contracts. Where's Thunstetten? Oh yeah, that one. Nope. These contracts are all pretty meh. Like, no. No, because we want ambush trade routes to remain here, and that's just like the same contract again, basically. So we've got these metal pauldrons we can put on an armor. I suppose we could just throw those on the sellsword's armor, or we could even throw them on the decayed coat of plates. What fatigue would this put? Yeah, Thomas the Train's gonna struggle here with this heavy armor. Giving him the heaviest thing possible. It's not quite there yet. It's still getting fixed up anyway. So let's toss the metal pauldrons onto the sellsword's armor, I suppose. I think we could always just go with this configuration as well. We do have Pathfinder here as well. Good night, Russ and ZA. So we're gonna buy these tools because we do need tools. They're really expensive. I'm seriously tempted to buy these javelins, but I'm not going to, because it's like practically highway robbery. And I think we should check out the north. We haven't seen the north like at all. We've explored the south pretty extensively. But it's time to see what the north has to offer. There are, of course, barbarians whose treasures we want. Now, Nixlarfs did lose dodge value from that missing ear. I think Nixlarfs, because of that injury, is going to be on the chopping block. We're going to look to replace Nixlarfs with either a fatigue neutral or a thrower. I think either one would be fine, actually. So let's make our way up north to Varderborg. Cameras, okay, right. Of course, when we're given the opportunity to inspect some illicit goods, we'll make sure that everything's on the level. It's just the right thing to do. There could be, you know, they could be overweight capacity, you know, endangering the durability of our roads. We can't have that, you know? These briggies thought they could get past customs. Right, exactly. You can't just carry these goods without a permit. Do you have any members of the camp yet? Yeah, we've got Scout and Lookout. Okay, let's see what they were carrying. Salt? Not without a permit, you won't. Roots and berries, bread? I'm not sure those were cleared by the FDA. Hey, Green Killer, good night to you. Okay. So we might just wait for daytime here in Varderborg. Mustering troops. One of the reasons I was going here was to buy tools. Destroy Fallen Keep east of Cameron's Mark. Maybe could do that. Not a terrible contract for us to do. Should be orcs, right? Because they've got the marauding greenskins. I could have read the contract description, but I basically already knew what it is. Nah. The payout's not quite where I'd like it to be. Alright, so we'll camp here just for the brief moment. Do you feel like a scavenger is worth the purchase? Do you feel like you've got back 350? Well, it's not exactly about the return on investment directly from a monetary perspective. One of the things that the scavenger allows is staying out into the wilderness for longer, which has its own benefit that isn't exactly the same thing as just like monetary value of tools. The blacksmith was just upgraded in the most recent patch. I suspect it's probably better to take the blacksmith, but I don't know. The surgeon is a great retinue though. Surgeon is excellent. Okay, do I want to put this double mail on something? Could just throw it on one of these like stitched Nomad armors. Okay. Who am I looking at getting next? Probably the blacksmith, just to try him out. Okay. And let's move on. We're going to be looking for more tools to buy And then we can go maybe looking for some barbarians to fight. So we know the wilds is to the east. So to the left would be... To the right is where... I'm more interested in finding out what's over this way, so let's just go this way first. Let's just go ahead and fight this little unit before they get chased down. How about? Wonderful. I see some stuff I want. Let's see, I do have a pocket shield, right? Okay, good. Probably spear wall and pull out the pocket shield. He's gonna be the target of their throwing weapons. Oh, I shouldn't have moved him there. Just stopped Lord Jingo from being able to attack. Whoops. That's fine. Can't believe the streamer made such a blunder. I know. Embarrassing. Almost makes him seem human. Can't believe it. Embarrassed. Never again shall I make a mistake. That was the last one. All other decisions from this point on will be perfect, calculated to the finest and furthest of decimal places, and will contain 0 errors. That's the plan. Let's see how long that lasts. Broadcast Briggy always throwing for content. Mm-hmm. I think the rocket engineers said the same thing after they got the astronauts stuck for almost 9 months? Probably. Not the cleanest fight. Yowza. Temporary banner, he's got 9 anyway. So he's just fine. Okay. Bundle of heavy javelins. You love to see it. Man, we've been needing that for a really long time. Gonna go ahead and put those on Syncnaza. And I suppose we'll still leave 0-7 like this, even though, I don't know, we need to just give him, we need to just get a quiver of bolts. Let's see if they're selling one here. Feels weird to be looking for that. But, whatever. They have a Fletcher, so they should, yeah. Alright, we'll just buy one. Okay, so we'll throw a Spiked Impaler over here. Citadel at the edge of civilization wasn't on your bingo card. Pretty nice. Honestly, the thing I want to see most at the edge of civilization are these large cities, because I'm mostly looking for good places to sell stuff. It is nice, though, that they often have an abundance of tools here. So that's nice. You know, that is one advantage that it has over the city. Yeah, it's nice for stocking up on tools, exactly. Let's go ahead and fix that injury. So if we really wanted, so we're looking for a tank, right? The team needs to find a tank because, well, that's what the team needs. We don't have one at all right now. We also will eventually, of course, want to get a two-handed bonk, because that'll be necessary to fight the Barbarian Madman. Just buy ourselves a Hedge Knight. Often make pretty good forged tanks, because they have boatloads of fatigue. You never know exactly what you'll get. Is it Miner that makes good tanks? No. Miners are like they're a good lowborn. Good early lowborn. One of the things that can happen under normal circumstances with normal companies is that Hedge Knights, if you have more than one, will fight each other. But the player character excludes that. So that isn't something that we will need to worry about. So our boy Nixlarf's here, with the missing ear and the cut Achilles tendon. Curse word, have you survived the purge so far? You might even survive until the end. What MDF do you consider a good tank at level 11? I don't know. I generally don't think of these things in terms of specific numbers, because a lot of things are so highly dependent on the gear you find and what you can like swap from bro to bro. 35 is like really good. Any better is of course incredible. Too bad we just paid for this bro's temple visit. Yeah, that is too bad. But I think let's just see how this bro ends up. I don't often hire Hedge Knights, but we want this weapon. I like that he's going to start at level 4. It'll put us a little lower on money than I'd like, given that we're going to buy a bunch of tools, but that's okay. We can run out and do some adventures and come back. Slurgy's a good healthcare provider after all. Indeed. Of course, no severance, but you know. Alright, let's see how this bro turns out. Ha. Damn it. This isn't a tank. I don't understand the damn it. He would work as a tank. I'm not gonna do that. His stars are good, his stats are meh. I mean, Like, look. Spear Bro? We don't really need another Spear Bro. I think we're happy with just the 2. First Hedge Knight you've seen in a long time that isn't a fraud. When he comes with confident, so, or comes with determined, which makes him always start confident. This is low-key one of the best possible traits for a tank. But, huh. Good lord. This is a uber Chad. Oh, boy. What do I do with this brother? He's too good to waste on a tank. Yeah. I normally don't like that sentiment, but I agree with it in this case. Big sword lance? No. I think this is going to be big frontline, ready to take melee contact and still get huge damage. Yeah, definitely a frontliner. Like, there's no reason not to have this bro on the front line. You know, level 11 after gifted, they're going to end up with 39 melee defense. That's nuts. What day number is it? 43. We do need to find a tank, and we need to find a tank before day... I mean, we'd like to find them. The earlier the better, that way we can actually use them. I guess I don't have like a specific number, but we'd like to find them soon. Which means I'd have to fire someone else when it comes time to look for someone to hire. He's always confident, so it's actually 43 melee defense. True. But yeah, it would be a sin to make this bro a tank. It really does feel like I shouldn't. Tank on Anonymous run was wild. Yeah. Yes. The tank on the Anonymous run was definitely wild. I don't know who I would put on the chopping block. Are we gonna end up with just one thrower? Feels... Whoops. Just playing with my wedding ring and dropped it on the ground. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Okay. Build him as a newt and give him Indom as a late Flexberg. I don't actually hate that idea. You did say you need frontliners as well, and they don't come much better than this. True. He'd make a good two-handed bonker, yeah. It'd be a shame if the bro meant unfortunate. It would be a shame. I mean, this bro is like absolute uber Chad. Boy. With that melee, you'd hate to waste a turn hitting Indom. I actually kind of agree with apples and fruits here. With this kind of melee, you'd hate wasting a turn hitting Indom. Good lord. What does this bro end up being? This bro's like better than the Lone Wolf. Guess he gets to keep his bonk. He'll probably give it up for now. He'll probably use this just for now. But good lord. He could be some kind of forged two-hander. He could. I really, really hate and think that... Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know. Virgin Superstitious Lone Wolf versus Chad Determined Random Hedge Knight? Right? Right. So many options, so little time. It's time for some hammer flank. Yeah, I mean, the thing is he's got this extra fatigue. We want some way of making use of it. We can go one of two directions. He could be an unstoppable, nimble damage dealer. He could be a unstoppable forge. I mean, could I get him to the point of having enough? Show me on the tall where the hammer flanked you. Well, we know what we're doing on this level up. Let's see what happens on the next one. Good candidate for Nimble Forged if we find the armor. Yeah, absolutely. I love that, apples and fruits. Love that. Good candidate for Nimble Forged if we find the armor. Absolutely. The rare Berserk Battle Forged Hammer Boy. We would need him to roll better in... I don't know, You can't plan ahead for Nimble Forge though, not really, not reliably. Even though we have found Nimble Forged pieces by the end of most runs. Damn. We probably better take 9 lives to keep him alive. It's a student build? Probably. We probably take student, let him catch up to the rest of the squad in levels. I mean, he started at level 4, so it's not too bad. But the bros that I recruit from this point on, I probably will take student, actually. I think we give him 9. We don't want like a stray crossbow bolt to end his illustrious career before it even gets started. Behemoth is a fitting name. It really is. Training in an XP potion? Maybe eventually. Student is a fine perk for now. It is. Student is a fine perk for now. Deciding whether to take Quick Hands or Student on this level, or even Pathfinder, especially if we're spending a little time here in the Northlands. We're starting to get Path on most of our squad. Looks like this entire left side has it. Only a few bros don't have it. Can also be level 5 student. It can. Let's just grab it now. I think that's okay. Well. That was an unexpected, delightful find. If you saw this bro in the shop and already knew his stat stars, how much would you have been willing to pay for him? I guess that's a tough question to answer because how much I'm willing to pay for him is so much a function of how much money we have. Like, I don't know. I'm struggling to give a number, but it's a lot. Is Pathfinder on all bros essential late game? Yeah, it's not essential, but I really like just taking Pathfinder on everyone by the end because you can always hit a oh shit, something terrible happened situation where on bad terrain you'd love the whole team to be able to move together to retreat. I think for new players that's a good idea to have. Or if you're going for the Iron Man win streak style, I also think that Pathfinder's just really good at fighting goblins and just so many enemies in so many places on the map. Like if you want your team to be able to fight every enemy in the game relatively proficiently, just taking Pathfinder on everyone is totally a good idea. The plan is to kill all legendaries this run? Not necessarily. We're gonna play it like a normal run, a normal Slurgy run. But I do want to do the new legendaries, no spoilers. So. Yeah, the new ones for sure. But we're gonna do the old classics, the library, Goblin City, etc. Okay, so let's just head east from here and see what we find. Is it wise to do all the new legendaries when you don't know how they work in an Iron Man run? No. Rattling Bones Crypt. Let's do it. Okay, let's see what they've got. Some say these bones were hollow. What if the mechanic is like only takes damage from sword lances and you have none and it's just GG? Then I guess it's just GG. Or I just run, right? I didn't say I can't run from the legendary fight. That's not against the rules. Why is everyone sword lance pilled all of a sudden? What's that always have been meme? Or always was, or whatever the phrasing is. You did this, Slurgy? True. I don't know how it happened. I mean, I kind of know how it happened. The signs were there. Viper has the biggest sword lance? Yeah. You'll love the sword lance to the end of time. Sword lances are fine. I am firmly a sword lance centrist. I will stand by that statement. I think they're fine. Spear doing work. Until, you know, it didn't. Gonna need to get Dark Paladin a reach weapon at some point too. Off with his head. You love Bonk Katal quick hands shenanigans? Those are fine, but you'd really rather have it on separate bros to get a bit more perk efficiency. But it's still fine. did some very basic math very wrong. Is it swords and axes good against undead? I mean, sure, yeah, they are. There's not really much need to be concerned with specific weapons against undead, generally. Like mace, like there's not like it's not like Ancient Dead where there's certain types of weapons that are just really bad and some that are much better. In this case, it's kind of anything goes. What enemy are you thinking where you need axes? Maybe Shrats, yeah. Against Shrats, axes are nice. Yeah, the reality is, as Manifest Destiny's Child is stating, once you get your company to a nice, comfortable position, these types of fights are among the easier in the game. And so, you don't need special strats to beat them. They still can be difficult, like, you know, you certainly don't want to completely underestimate them or disregard them or whatever, but they're usually fine. Did the AI changes for zombies when possessed? You feel like it might, because they tried to flank you once? Maybe. They do seem, I don't know if it's the AI changes or just that because they have more AP, it causes them to end up doing different things, but not necessarily fundamentally changing their AI, if that makes sense. I don't know. Dang, wasn't quite enough damage to prevent the possess. Oof. No more possess actions at this point, though. That would make flavorful sense for them to have human AI when possessed by a human. Yeah, it would, but I doubt that it actually changes anything. That's my guess. Alright, so we're daggering down this little guy here for his stinky armor. Got it. Okay. And we got his stinky armor, a decayed coat of scales. And we also got some ancient gold coins and a silver bowl. Those will sell for a pretty penny. Pretty penny indeed. So we can plop a bigger armor on a bigger boy. We got spoons and ground grains to go with that bowl. Well, no spoons, but they can of course shovel it up with their weapons. And of course we do have ground grains. We could have some cereal. We could. We could sprinkle some dried fruits and dates on. Sounds pretty nice to me. You could add chunks of goat cheese into some cereal. I bet that's good. Sounds good to me. All right, let's get nimble here. I guess we'll just take these stats. This bro's gonna end up a little weird. Still really want to pump up that resolve, but I feel like I can't. Having trouble justifying. Having trouble justifying not picking a +3 melee skill, but also not picking a +4 resolve. You know, we do have the cook, so I'm sure the cook is making him real good food. Making it last longer at the very least. Nice bowl of... Yeah, oops all MDF, yeah. It feels foolish to not take resolve here. It really kind of does. Nah, we'll take the melee skill. And then we're gonna grab Duelist. Oh, no, we already grabbed our perk, which was Nimble. Resolve can be patched, worst case scenario. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. That's true, but I'm more concerned with the value add right now. I think that's just more important. Okay. So we're just doing a little bit of armor swap here. Make sure we've got sensible things equipped. Sensible enough anyway. Okay, so if I head back to Hammerguard right now and just sell the ancient gold coins and the silver bowl, that might give us just enough. Ooh. 4 unholds, you say? Can we get there before nighttime? Should be able to. Okay. That should give us just enough, you know, money and stuff like that to be able to make a deeper trip into the wilderness. To the great beyond, you know? So we can buy the ammo, we can buy just a bit more food, and then that puts us in a position where if we wanted, let's see, when will we get the next? A little while from now. Make a big trip out into the wilderness. But I think that is actually probably a pretty good place for me to call it for the evening. Getting just a wee smidge sleepy. And had a big, long, but fun weekend. So I think that's a good place for me to call it for the evening. I should be back tomorrow for more Battle Brothers adventures. Maybe you should catch the unholds first. I mean, we'll be heading that way. We'll find him. We'll find him. It's very easy in this game, and many things in life, to just one more turn. You know, one more. What's it gonna hurt? So, we'll go ahead and, I don't know, I'll send you to Puexel. Doing some Chrono Trigger speedruns. I like watching this guy sometimes. So, you didn't say fight the animals, just have them in vision? Ah, that's fair enough. Anyway, we'll see him tomorrow. So, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta. Write yourself a note? Okay, I can do that. All right, adios.